Use your turn signal, wear your seatbelt. Does your wiper blades work? You have a light bulb out. Your tires are bald. You can't do that. Those tires are too big. You see, now they tell you how to take care of their property in its proper place, and the T is the acceptance that it's in the proper place with them owning 25% of it. So that's when you become subject to the motor vehicle code. When you turn your automobile into a motor vehicle, and then you go out and you buy a motor vehicle that already has a title on it, and you're just buying someone else's problems. It's already registered. Remember what a registered. What is a res? A res is an ident, an indentured, as property to the SESTA-Q. But when you register something, you sign over a partial. Reg is partial. Register is where you just give them command and control over that property. You've put it in the proper place for them to control it. So this is Tony, and he's going to talk a little bit about the website that they started and how you can get out of that matrix. Burn up about 10 minutes. I got to go do something. That's all we got.
Okay, well,
They're working on the microphone system. Their sound tech is coming. Because we're down for the people online and the whole 9 yards, so. We'll see.
Good morning. My name is Tony Budrow. I'm the MCO guy. What I like to do is I like to do a question and answer. I think that's most beneficial. What we'll do is we'll have people raise their hands. I'll point to you. You say what you want to ask. I'll repeat the question. And then I think people will learn more that way than just me talking about MCOs for the next 10 minutes.
Well, just do a little intro on what an MCO is, because a lot of people don't even know what that is.
Okay, it's a superior allodial title. It gives you complete ownership. It's like a lottery ticket. He who possesses controls it. What I tell people to do, once you get this MCO, it's on bond paper, it has a government control number. It has a watermark in it. American Eagles are manufactured, as American Eagles go through it. You should make a copy of it, or several copies when you go to court. You also should have one in your car too, because if he who possesses, you give it to a judge and he says, okay, thank you, now the state has your car again. So you need to make sure that you keep that lottery ticket in a safe place, that it can't get destroyed, damaged, stolen, whatever. And when they first come out, let's say you buy a car for $50,000, that MCO is worth $50,000. It's like money. And that's why they apothecate it on the market and make money with it over and over and over and over again. What usually happens is basically the person buys a car, either the dealership will send it to the DMV or the person will take it to the DMV to get it registered. What happens then is they put it on microfiche. They make a copy of it. That's the certified copy that people try to get, spend all the time. It's a complete waste of time because it doesn't do you any good. Most of the time they say, well, you don't have it. And if you get that, you're not able to do it. You can go through and try to do registered bonded mail and all that. And 9 out of 10 times you don't get anywhere. This is a quick and a simple process. It gives you a new original copy because the one that they had is destroyed. They either crush it, they take it where you can't take possession of it as the first owner of the car. So we get you a new one with the government control number. How the process works is the government makes these control numbers. If you have a MCO and you say, hey, here's my MCO, it's legit. I've had 3 that came in that weren't legit. I call our manufacturer, they tell us, yeah, it's good or bad, and they have a quick link to the federal government database. When we scan the VIN number of the car, it tells everything on the car. It changes the change of custody, how many people have owned it, if it's ever been stolen, how many miles the last inspection had on it. It gives a report of everything. If it's been paid off. And then from there, once the DMV has the certificate, they basically destroy it. And then, like I said before, you can't get it anymore. So what we did is I got with the manufacturer after a long time, been hung up 3 or 4 times. The guy wouldn't talk to me. And I said, the 4th time, I'm very persistent. I said, I need 2,500 of these MCOs today. He said, let's talk. He was part of a group of 10 people. I had to go fly back and forth back down to Florida to close this deal. And it was about a month, 2.5 months of time, a negotiation. They weren't going to do it. It's never been done in history before. By talking through them and said, hey, there's a big group of people that need these, and it's a very hard process to do it. They allowed us to do it. And so that's why we can offer them. And it's on anything that has a VIN number. You build a dune buggy, we can get you a VIN number you can put on the frame and get it put into the government's database. And you have an MCO to own it. MCOtitles.com. MCOtitles.com. Sorry, I wasn't talking to the mic very well. Say again? Manufacturer certificate of origin.
Tony, I need you to repeat the question because
Yes.
people online can't hear.
Okay, well, so we'll start doing questions. Right there.
Is it necessary to be the original owner of the vehicle?
The question is it necessary to be the original owner of the vehicle? No, you do not have to be the original owner. When you get this new MCO, it's like you just bought it off the showroom floor.
So how does liability
Okay.
insurance work in this?
Liability insurance is a complete other thing. When you get this, you own the car. You're still responsible. Just like we said at the last, it was in Louisville. You can buy all the programs in the world. You can do everything. But if you don't believe it in here and in your heart and know how to stand, the best thing to do is keep your original license plate on there. Keep on driving it. This gets you, it's like you get out of the jail free card. If they tow your car, you can get it back. Right now, if you don't have an MCO, you have no remedy in the court of law. They can crush it, they can steal it, they can seize it, they can burn it, they can do whatever they want because you gave them full ownership when you registered it to them. The woman with the hat there?
Are you only able to do that if you're a state national?
No, you can do it as a citizen. It gives you ownership. I sell them to car dealerships all the time and people that import and export cars worldwide.
Are you, like, for example, my car's in my mom's name, am I still able to get it for her?
Yes, you can get it because your name's not on the MCO. When the MCO was created, it doesn't have your name on it. It only has information of the car, the VIN number, that kind of stuff. Who was the first dealership that sold it, that kind of stuff. Okay, the guy with the red shirt there.
What's the cost of that?
The MCO process, we give, yes, sorry about that. He was wanting to know the cost of the MCO. We give a discount of $150 plus at the seminars. Normally, if you don't buy it at the seminars, it's $500 per MCO. The guy there on the back with the hat.
So when you first got a car and you relinquish, you know, you turn it over to whatever state agency they have. Are they just going to relinquish whatever controlling interest they have in it, or how can I give it to them, whatever, you know, oh, it's not. Are they, and then we can do this one. Are they the one title of they own, it was still valid, or is it?
Okay, there's a long question, and basically what he's asking is how do you have superior title of the car with the MCO? Well, first step is they put on microfiche and then they destroy it. So they don't have the bonded paper. It's no longer available. We get you a new one with a new government control number. It's just like you bought it off the showroom floor or from the manufacturer. So when you go to court and say, hey, judge here, I have a bonded paper here with the government control number with a VIN of my car, where's your copy at? Case closed.
Back there with that.
Okay, the guy stand up with the blue shirt.
Once you've done this procedure, do you need to unregister your vehicle, and then is it best to cover the VIN so the police can't scan your VIN and try to find out the history of the vehicle?
Okay, the question is about the VIN and covering the VIN up and getting it out of the system. We have phase 2 that we're building right now with Bobby, and it's gonna cover all 3 jurisdictions. We don't have it on the market. Phase 1 is get your MCO, get superior title of your vehicle. You also have the capability of, because everybody's cars right now is in the public. When you register, it's in the public. You want to get everything into the private. Once we do that, you take it from the public and make it from a motor vehicle into an automobile. okay? It can never be registered again. If you take it, you try to go back, that's considered fraud and they'll put you in jail.
What if you try to sell
Okay, we have a lot of people. The question is, what if she tries to sell it again after she has the MCO? If you have the MCO, what I tell people to do, whatever process you're doing, if you're still in phase 1, you have went to phase 2, you're still in the public, you sell the original certificate of title and the bill of sale and sell it to them, keep the MCO. And then you can do whatever you want with it. The lady with the red shirt there?
If you buy a new vehicle and you want the MCO and you go in with cash, since the dealer isn't used to giving it to you, how will you get them to give it to you?
It's a good question. I have a friend that I used to work for. Oh, yeah, sorry. The question is when you go to the dealership, how do you get them to give you the MCO? That used to be a lot easier when you said you're going to import it, export it to a foreign land. What's happened recently, the government has cracked down and they're telling the manufacturer to do not give, to put pressure on their dealerships and cancel their contracts out if they give the MCO away. We were in New Jersey, there was a lady.
Tell them what contract they're gonna cancel out.
The MCO contract, oh, they're gonna cancel their car dealership, so if they're a Ford dealership, they're gonna cancel the Ford dealership's contract, so they can't get any more cars from Ford.
Because why? Because they hypothecate the.
Yeah, they're hypothecating all the bonds. And also the manufacturer gets a little cut from the US government on those bonds. So everybody's got their hand in the cookie jar pretty much. So this all fraud and swindle, of course, we all know about this. That's why I'm up here. That's why I help people get MCOs. The lady with the red hair.
Is it the same thing if we are leasing the car? Like if we have.
Yeah, when you're leasing, you're renting the car, you have to have the car completely paid for. Oh, the answer to the question is asking if you're leasing a car. The answer is no, you cannot because it has to be paid off and the car can't be stolen. They're the only two requirements.
They don't own these cars. They're only renting.
Yes. The guy with the gray shirt?
So once you have your MCO, can you take your license plate off and stop paying the DMV money?
Not yet.
What I would learn and what I would do, the question is he's asked, because you have the MCO, it's not a magic pill. You have to learn how to stand. You have to learn how to talk to a police officer. You got to know the law. It's kind of like if I give a kid a gun and he doesn't know how to clean it, he doesn't know how to shoot it, he doesn't know that it's a deadly weapon, I'm not going to give the kid a gun in that situation. He needs to know how to clean it, how to shoot it, what it does. So an MCO can be a good thing and it can be a bad thing.
I've done it and I received a copy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm wondering if we get an extra discount if we went to that point. You have all the information already.
Well, you have a cert. Okay, the question is she has a certificate of title. You went to the state and a copy of it.
Mail.
Yes.
Certified.
Okay.
This is certified.
That process used to work about 3-4 years ago. That doesn't work anymore.
Okay, so this process don't go by from the website?
With the people that I know, it doesn't work anymore. And I bypass all that anyways, because now you have the superior title. Why you waste all the time and money with a registered mail and stuff and try to do all this? This just happened just recently. I just got the contract about a month and a half ago. Okay? It took me 3 months, 2 to 3 months to get it. So when they processed that, this wasn't even thought of. This is a relatively new thing.
Okay, so once you get the MCO, you'll still have to do your affidavit of claim of superior title and then apostolize it to Secretary of State or all that.
Me and Bobby are putting a program together. He is endorsing it, and it's going to cover all 3 endorses. That's where we're talking where it's a motor vehicle right now. You have the MCO, and now you're going to take it into the private and make it into an automobile, just like it was before it's pre-registered.
Hey, Tony, can I speak real fast on license plate?
Yeah.
Okay, guys, what you gotta understand on license plates. License plates have to be issued by the government. The government in many, many states do not even know what the Z plates is because the program's so old that they don't have Z plates. They don't even understand through training has gone on over time. Those people don't even know that it's an option. If you do the MCO on your car, you need to keep your government plates. Don't drive without plates. The problem when you drive without plates is the police officers have been trained. If you don't have a proper plate on your car, it now just gets up their hackles. So now they're pulling over a car. They have no idea who's in the car. They have no idea where the car came from, if the car's stolen. And so automatically, when they're going to come deal with you, they're going to come deal with you heavy-handed. You do not want to be in that position. If you guys do the MCO process, keep your plates on your car, remove the tags. The worst thing they're going to do is pull you over for no tags on your car. The worst thing that's going to happen is you're going to have to go to court. You're going to have to prove, hey, I have the MCO right here. You don't have any proper jurisdiction over me. I own the car. But don't put yourself in a position before that to where you're going to get grappled up with the police because they're going to treat you heavy-handedly. Keep your plates on your car. Don't put these internet plates on where people are selling them on the internet that say Z plates. You're going to get yourself in trouble. You're going to get yourself arrested. So do not do that. Keep your government plates on your car.
Thank you, Ben. That was very wise.
Okay, thank you, Ben. All right, so let me run you through the process here real quick, all right? This is basically, are you done?
Oh, you,
I'm just gonna go over this.
I don't mind.
So basically this is where it's at. Now I want you to make a list. Get a new piece of paper and make a list. This is the steps to acquiring your automobile and how you turn your motor vehicle back into an automobile. All right? If you want to walk up here and take a picture of this, walk up here and take a picture of this.
I recommend that.
All right? Now, step one is to get the MCO from Tony and his team. Step two is to revoke the registration through an affidavit. Send it registered mail. Do you know why you're using registered mail? Because registered mail has a chain of custody that can be traced. It's under lock and key. And because it has a certified, provable chain of custody, it stands on its own as a court of record. Now, here's the little thing that we found out recently, is that registered green receipt card, if you don't get it back with a wet ink signature, it violated the postal code that regulates registered mail. And if it doesn't have a wet ink signature, that means they can't just stamp it. It must have a date and time when it was received and by who, what agent received it, a wet ink signature. If it does not, you can send, for my state it would be Harrisburg, you can send the Harrisburg postmaster a bill for violation of the postal code up to $5,000. And they must reimburse you and pay you for breaking the chain of custody, thereby denying you the court of record. That's a violation of the postal code if they do not put a wet ink signature on that green receipt card. And you can wait up to 2 years to send them that invoice. All right?
Mail fraud?
Well, what it is, it's breaking the chain of custody. It's a violation of the mail code. The statutes and rules and regulations that govern registered mail, and it's in the U.S. Postal Code, okay? Then number 3 would be a notice of superior title claim. Your notice of superior title claim goes to the Secretary of Transportation for your state. Are you writing this stuff down?
Yes.
Your notice of superior title claim goes to the Secretary of Transportation for your state and the Director of the Department of Motor Vehicles. Got that?
Director,
Okay, the notice of superior title claim goes to the Secretary of Transportation for your state, and it also goes to the Director of the Motor Vehicle Administration for your state, or the DMV, the Department of Motor Vehicles, the Director for the state.
Current state or where the vehicle came from?
The state where you lay your head, and you're going to use the automobile, where you lay your head. Okay? After that's done, registered mail, you've got your green receipt card with a wedding signature on it. If it doesn't, you can send them a bill for $4,990. Send them an invoice, okay, not a bill. It's called an invoice. A violation of the chain of custody, denying you your chain of custody. Violation of the postal code. Once you get that done, okay, then you have your proof of service, just like you did your proof of service for your AOR. How many of you did your AOR Freedom Bundle? All right. What you learn is then that Freedom Bundle is you learn the process, the affidavit process, the proof of service, the default judgment for your claim. Another step in here that I forgot, rule number 3.5. Number 3.5 is your default judgment. Your default judgment happens when they don't rebut the revocation of registration and the notice of superior title claim.
So do we have to wait 21 days?
You have to wait 21 days. You follow the same process. So, folks, I want to talk a little bit about, there's a couple services out there that offer to do your Freedom Bundle for you. If that happens, you have no standing. Because you don't know what the process is. You don't know why your name's on that affidavit. You don't know. You can use this service that somebody does for you, but you damn well better study and learn before you try to attempt any other step beyond getting your passport. If you don't know what your standing is, remember yesterday when I told the story about that little girl in federal court?
Yeah.
And that judge gave her the courtroom and, thousands of pages, over 1,000 pages and 4 months to study them. And that judge gave her the courtroom in the hopes that she could stand. And he gave her 3 minutes. And he looked at me at the back of the courtroom, and he looked at her before he gave her the 3 minutes. He wanted to see if those were her words on those papers or if they were mine. And he found out they were my words, and she had no standing. If you don't know what the words are and why they're there on your Freedom Bundle, you have no standing, and you can't move forward in duplicating that process as you restore your land patent, as you restore your automobile, as you restore your children back to your possession, as you lay claim to all the effects that are in your life. If you don't know how to do this process over and over and over again, and why you're doing this process over and over again, you're going to fail in taking dominion over the 3 jurists of law. Most of what we're done is through the affidavit. Revocation of registration is a notice and an affidavit of truth. You didn't realize when you registered the vehicle, you were giving them control of your possession, your effect. And under UCC 9-109 is called a fixture of your daily life, and it's not subject to the bankruptcy, therefore, by them administering it and charging you a usurer fee. You pull it out of their bankruptcy system. Pursuant to, because you're not a party to the UCC, but they are. So you do pursuant to UCC 9-109, I hereby revoke and rescission my vehicle registration because it is now my automobile. You see, there was no full, open, and honest disclosure about what a registration was. There was no meeting of the minds. There was no capacity to contract because there was no meeting of the minds and it didn't tell you what you were doing. They have a duty to fully disclose what all that means, not just assume that you do know what it means. When you turn your automobile into a motor vehicle, when you register it, and when you agree to the code, statutes, and ordinances of the corporation, they don't tell you Everything that government does to you is on fraud. It's based on fraud to get your unknowing, tacit consent. So then they can administer your property. It's in the proper place, and you accept it as them having 25% of everything that you think you own. And you don't even own the land that you think you bought and paid for because you're listed as a tenant on the tax bill. So after you do these two items, you do a default judgment with a proof of service, same as you did for your Freedom Bundle, your AOR. Then once you get this done, your proof of service, then you must do a notice of acceptance. Your notice of acceptance is also the notice of the default judgment that you send to the Attorney General for your state. And you send it to the Secretary of Transportation. And you send it to the administrator, the head administrator who's in charge of the motor vehicle department for your state. And you let them know that 21 days passed and they didn't respond for your revocation. You revoke your registration. Then they didn't respond to your notice of superior title claim. After 21 days, it goes into default judgment. Under what maximum of law? Commercial law. I went over them yesterday. Do you know which maximum of commercial law? You say pursuant to. Maximum of law. An unrebutted affidavit stands as truth in commerce. An unrebutted affidavit is the remedy. You see, they don't rebut what they never do. They have no standing to rebut what you say. Yes, you notice them that you're in the private now. That's what UCC 9-109 is. It's a fixture of your daily life. It's private. So then you do your proof of service, then you do your notice of acceptance to those entities I just described. Did everybody write them down? Secretary of Transportation and the Director of the Department of Motor Vehicles. Now, if you want to poke the bear, you also include in all of this your Attorney General for your state. But keep in mind, you're poking the bear. And you have to really know how to stand when you take on the head law enforcement officer or code enforcement officer, proper diction. When you take on the head code enforcement officer for your state, called the Attorney General, you better know what you're doing. And just in case they rebut it, I wouldn't do that unless you have really good comprehension of what your standing is. But the two that you must send it to is the Director, the Secretary of Transportation, and the Director of the Department of Motor Vehicles. Your proof of service, your notice of acceptance. And then once that goes by, your notice of acceptance, you don't have to wait. It just goes out in the mail. The next day you can record it on the land. This is your superior title bundle for your automobile. You put it all together. Don't staple it because they have to scan it. Once you record it on the land, then I'm going to talk to you about when you file it and how you turn your papers into documents. I'm going to teach you next how you can walk on water. And that's the exciting thing. All right? Okay. You guys got any more questions for Tony or I or Ben?
Does this only apply if it's in the private, like if your vehicle's not being used for like deliveries?
This applies to your private conveyance.
So if I'm delivering.
If you're a Uber driver, if you haul men, materials, supplies, or anything engaged in commerce, then you need a commercial vehicle. You will have to have a driver's license. It must be registered. You must obey because we gave them, the government, the corporations pretending to be government, we gave them the permission to regulate commerce. All right? So you had your hand up over here and then we'll go to you.
If you move out of state,
If you move out of state,
because I reside in my state.
wait a minute, you don't reside anywhere. Are you in a temporary place to conduct commerce?
Where do you lay your head?
Where do you lay your head? Diction is important. What's a resident? See, I didn't go over words enough yesterday.
Yeah.
If you are not a citizen, You can put your hand down, sir. I saw you wave it. All right, so you are not a citizen, person, or resident. Citizen, person, or resident is CPR. You see, men and women who are alive and breathing, found alive and living by their friends and family, they don't need CPR. Stop calling yourself, the words you need to get out of your language is citizen, person, resident. You are not resident. Are you temporarily any place to conduct commerce and the government gets to regulate your commerce?
No.
You are people, a creation of nature, and nature's God. What are you?
People.
A creation? Let's say it together. You know, I got to drill this into our heads because we've spent our entire lives being programmed, watching that television. Ready?
Right.
You ready? I am a people.
I am a people.
A creation of nature.
A creation of nature.
And nature's God.
And nature's God.
That is who and what you are.
Living soul.
Okay? Found alive and living by your friends and family, commonly known as Bobby. Good to meet y'all. So what are you again? Let's start over. Fantastic. Fantastic. Now I'm going to address this gentleman. You want to start over?
It's all about
No,
that.
seriously, this is fun. That's fun. Go ahead. Proper diction.
Yeah, but I always have problems with residents. I'm still working on the word.
That's okay. I've been doing
Everybody
this.
slips up.
Let's say I want to move out of California and move to somewhere else.
Okay, you want to change where you lay your head.
Right. So considering I have to send this information.
So your quick question, let me help you with your
Yeah,
question.
thank you.
Okay? If I move somewhere, do I got to do this all over again in a new state? So, folks, now we're having fun, and this is a beautiful thing. This is truly a beautiful thing. What just happened? I want you all to think. Introspection is needed right now. This is what I call, and have called since I was in my 20s when I started teaching Botech. This is what I call a teachable moment, a revelation. So, ladies and gentlemen, men and women,
No question is bad.
men and women, what just happened was evinced that we can't think like free men and free women. It's as I have walked through this room in the last day, in an hour or so, people come up and they say, "Hey, can I ask you a question?" And I say, "Sure, would you like to ask me another one?" Right? And then they start into the backstory of their question, and then they get to their question, and then there's a bit of blah, blah, just like that gentleman did, and blah, 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 and you don't even know how to ask the question because you haven't taught your brain how to think like a free man or a free woman. The most challenging process that you will have to transform, the most challenging process that you will have to transform and overcome is learning how to think like a free man and a free woman so that you can form your questions coherently and succinctly. And we just saw that. Thank you for that, sir. You're a fine gentleman, you.
But then the answer is.
So now we're going to answer it. Who said you didn't answer it?
Me.
Yeah. All right. No, I will repeat the question.
And then the answer is.
No, just hang on. It's called patience, son. It's called setting the stage. All right, so his question was, if I move to a different state, do I have to start this process all over again? I would say no, if you're gonna remain in peace. Now, if you're gonna poke the bear, and you wanna have really good standing, then you contact the local sheriff of the county where you lay your head, and you contact all the police departments, the policy departments, and where you lay your head and where you travel about. And you give them a certified copy of your bundle. And you educate them about what it is to be a state national. And you remain in honor by fully disclosing to them who and what you are and what is yours and what is not theirs. That's the minimum I would do. Now, if I move to a different state, possibly Texas, oh, I'm going to poke the bear. I'm going to send it to the governor. I'm going to send it to the Supreme Court of Texas. I'm going to send it to every county sheriff I can think of and find. I'm going to send it to every policy department I can look at. And every alphabet soup figurehead actor that I can find for every department and say, come get me. Okay? You see, in the state of Texas, the Supreme Court of Texas has said they do not recognize a driver's license or a license plate. It says so right in there. It says so right in there. In the Texas Motor Vehicle Code. Now, here's the interesting thing. There is something called the Motor Vehicle Association. And the Motor Vehicle Association is a national organization, a corporation that writes all these codes, these motor vehicle codes. And just about every state in the lower 48 is part of that. So what you find in one motor vehicle code more than likely is in all the other ones. Because it's all written by a bar association called the Motor Vehicle Administration Association. It's all fraud. So everything in this country is run by the bar association, the bar attorneys. Not one contract is written from a big corporation, not one cable bill contract, not one cell phone bill contract, not one automobile sales contract, not one employment contract, not one agreement between the union and its members, not one action happens of any size in this country, from government to private corporations of any size, 50 employees or more, without some bar association attorney granting its existence and telling it what it can and can't do with its paperwork. We are at war with the British Accreditation Registry, who was given letters of marque historically and function as privateers and barristers. That's who we're at war with. Through an ancient system of pledging. So I choose to poke the bear. So a short answer is, did I answer the question or not? I can keep going for another hour if you want.
Yeah.
So anyhow, hang on just a second. So if you choose to lay your head in a different state, at minimum, you want to educate the local law enforcement and the policy departments. All right, so he wants to add something.
Yeah, I want to interject on this.
There you go.
Okay, right now you have it as a motor vehicle. Once you do this complete process, it's an automobile, just like it came off the manufacturer's floor. So that's why you don't have to, but so people know, it's about education and law. That's why you go ahead and tell the people in your new place where you're residing, where you lay your head. See,
It's okay. It's okay. Diction is the hardest thing to change, you know. It is habit. We've been programmed to use these words. You know, that's like I was thinking last night as I dream about this stuff all the time. I can't even have good dreams anymore. And last night as I'm starting to drift off into slumber after I got off the phone with my beautiful wife. She's a beautiful soul, whip. She really is. I love her. So my wife, I got off the phone with her and I started thinking about, I got to do my property list. And I'm thinking property list, proper's wrong. I got to do my effects, list of my effects. And I'm thinking listing. What happens when a ship lists? It leans to one side because the cargo is out of balance. So is the word list admiralty?
Yeah.
It's a statement of my effects. They are mine. They are itemized as such. Eliminate the word list. Because to list is to lean one way or the other in admiralty law. Now, back here, this guy in the blue shirt that's standing up, you're acting like you're going to throw a chair at us. He must have, he's got something burning a hole in him.
If I own an airplane and I'm not using it.
If you own an airplane, you can do the same process for an airplane.
So it's different. It's got-
Every private conveyance, they can do it.
Yeah.
You guys would do that as well?
Yep.
I owned an aviation company. I had 40 airplanes.
He had 40 airplanes.
I would have done it on all of them.
He would have done it on all 40 of them because they were in the private.
Yeah, well, because the FAA or any type of government agency, you can't be in a court of law, they can't take it from because I have superior title. So it's just.
Yeah,
a case
yeah.
of-
Have to maintain a registration.
You don't have to. It's in the private. When you get the MCO and you do this process with your MCO, it is yours. So go hug your airplane after you do this and say, "You are mine, baby."
I'd like to interject.
Yeah, go ahead. You need a mic?
I'd like to interject on that a little bit. When you own the airplane, God gives you dominion over the air. I've been a pilot since I was 15, 16 years old. I got my license. I started flying at 15. I'm 44 now. I have roughly 29,000 hours. Oh, millions of miles all over the U.S. My point is, when you start doing all this, it's all about standing too. You're gonna have to stand against the FAA. You're gonna have to stand against the federal government. They're saying it's federal, and it isn't. As long as you're not getting compensated, you can fly your airplane anywhere you want. God please, I guess, is pretty much what I'm saying. I'm very passionate about it. The next thing is these airplanes cost a lot of money. It's this for a little bit of money, you can ensure that you own it. Because it's the same thing, when you registered the N number with the FAA, you gave it to the FAA.
Right. Yep. Now, the problem is then you've got to communicate with air traffic control when you fly into the.
Well, who decides what your call sign is? The FAA or you?
I did, but I don't want to be like somebody else's call sign. So-
Well, yeah, he wants to know what does he do about his call sign and his ping bombs.
So when you're talking to ATC or this or that, you can still use your N number. I would deregister the number with FAA and then use that in the system. But what I'm gonna do is I surrendered all my licenses, every single one that I had. And what I'm gonna do is get basically a waiver from the FAA. And that'll allow me to.
I got the answer for you.
Okay.
Use your passport number on your card.
Okay.
Your little blue card, your little blue passport card. I want to read something to you, officer. Now, if you're emotional about this situation, maybe we need to get an OIC down here, an officer in charge that can conduct a non-emotional investigation. You see, what I have here is a passport card. And if you'll know what real law is, it's land, air, and water. Look it up on your phone while I'm talking. Land, air, and water is what law is. And if you'll notice on the back of this little passport card in the upper left-hand corner, it says this is valid for domestic, land, air, and sea travel on the continental United States, Mexico, and Canada. It says land, air, and sea travel. You see, I'm traveling in my private conveyance. Well, you're operating the controls. No, I'm not operating anything. I'm manipulating the controls to point my possession in the direction I wish to travel. And that happens to be by air. And if you can read, I know you can read. If you look at that top corner right there by my finger, it says land, air, and sea travel. Land, air, and sea travel. And my call sign can be my passport number on the front of it. Give them back their N number. Hey, the N number stands for, no, I don't think so. And you put your own number on the side of it. You have one. Right there it is on your little passport. It's different than the one that's on the big passport. And then they can look that number up on their system and see that you're a state national. If they have LexisNexis Level 3. Your call sign, passport number, blah, 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 blah. What does passport mean? Passport. You see, everything is admiralty. Everything is of the water, folks. It tells you it's on the water right there. It says they're administering commercial law over land, air, and sea. It says passport. It allows you to pass their port of entry and go right around their SMU. Okay, got it? Does that make sense, Tony?
Yep.
You got your number.
Thank you, Tony.
Yeah.
All right, next
I
question.
got one other thing I wanted to interject here.
You surrendered your certificate?
Enough with the airplane. You
Yes,
don't have airplane.
I have surrendered all of the rescission, all my signatures with all the contracts, everything up to my commercial
Enough
license.
with the airplane. You got some other questions over here.
The guy with the white shirt there?
After purchasing a brand new car and obtaining your MCO, I would want to get a tag so you can go under the radar.
Here's how you get it from the dealership. You look up Title 15 under the CFR, and it's posted on the channel. Pursuant to CFR, I am exporting this, and I need 3 certified copies of my MCO. Pursuant to federal regulation. And you walk out of there with your MCO.
If they don't give
You see, knowledge will set you free. And study the channel. How many times I go, folks, study the channel. Seriously.
I would have it in possession in your hands before you.
Yeah, exactly.
Make sure it's the MCO.
Tony just brought up a real good point. You say, okay, that's cool. When they're going to bring this thing out to you, they're going to give you that red thing. All right? You push that aside and put it under your arm. You say, well, that's good, but I want to pay you for it first. And you put a silver dollar on the table, and then you can write a check for the rest of it, or give them cash, or put it on a credit card, American Express, however you want to pay them. But you put 1 piece of silver in there. And it better be a 1 ounce silver, not some quarter. Put it on the table so it goes clink, clink, clunk, and it hits the table. Let them hear the transaction. You just settled the debt. The Federal Reserve notes don't. And once you paid them for it, and the MCO is under your elbow, then you pick that up and you lay them down what you printed out under CFR and regulations that says you're going to export it to a foreign country called California Republic. And then you pick that up, put it under your arm, and you walk out. What are they going to do? You just paid them for the damn thing. But here's the thing. If you get any dealer incentives or givebacks, you agree to the contract of surrendering your MCO. You cannot take any kickbacks, anything that, well, there's a dealer incentive, you get this, and that. You'll get $5,000 back. Would you like that deduction? And you say, sure, and you put it on there. You just agreed to the contract of the hypothecation of the MCO. So you just say, what's the value of this? And keep that, I don't want that. Well, why don't you want money back? Oh, I got plenty of money. I'm going to throw it around. Here, I might even give you an extra $1,000. Take that off there. You see, they're committing fraud against us every damn day. Why don't we give it back to them a little bit for our benefit? Hold on. So you say, no, take that incentive off of there. I want to know what the fair market value is of this thing so I can settle it. And then you walk out of there and you have it in your hand. Because don't try and educate them, because they're idiots. And they don't know half of what you know already. They probably don't even know the first page of what you know. All right, so now we had someone over here raise their hand. Yeah, he wants to interject one
One
thing.
other thing I want to interject about this.
Is they like to play games in dealership. They'll say, we'll mail it to you. I've had 3 people come up in the last month, they said they'll mail it to you, and they mail it to the DMV and go ahead and register, and they pay for it. So then they surrender your car for you.
Wow. Yeah. Fraud is happening everywhere at every level. Evil always finds a way. So who had their hand? It was lady over here had her hand up first. Yes, hon, what's your question?
I'm certain, Bobby, that you could interject on this, but Tony, what would be the difference for the MCO versus the trust owning the vehicle?
You don't have a trust yet, do you?
Yes.
Do you have a proper trust set up with an IEIN 98 prefix number?
Yes.
And it's a foreign citizen trust?
Yes.
With the Form 56 properly filed and a revocation of election status?
Yes.
Thereby pulling your revoking all power of attorneys?
Correct. It's a common law irrevocable trust. So what's the, I just need to know what the difference would be. What is the advantage?
Who set your trust up for you? Where does trust reside? Where is trust? Where is trust? Where is trust? Let me erase all this and start land, air, and water. What is common law? Land. What is air?
Trust.
It's trust for the benefit of another. Ecclesiastic and canon. In the air. What is water? Commercial, commerce, contract, code, statute, ordinance. How in the hell can you have a common law trust? It doesn't work that way. A common law trust, you don't know enough about trusts. A common law trust, what is that? That's superior titles held in trust under the air.
That's right.
So if you want a common law trust, that means it's in your name in a trust on the land.
Well, it's not mine.
If it's on the,
I'm a trustee.
Come up here and teach me about trust.
I don't want to teach about the trust. I want to know what the MCO's value is as opposed to the value of the trust having the ownership of the title of the car, of the vehicle. Not, it could be the plane. Doesn't matter if it's a plane.
Okay.
Of anything, or a house, or a boat.
Okay. And this is level 4, 5, 6 stuff. All right.
All right, then don't answer.
No, wait a minute. I'm going to talk about it. Okay. Okay. Yeah. You're dealing with your land patents. At the end of this game, before you go before the probate judge to claim your minor estate, you don't want to own anything, but control it all. If it's on common law, you didn't do it right.
Because the air is above the land, which is above the water.
Yes, the air is above the land, which is above the water. Here, Ben, speak to it about the superior title for the land.
Okay, guys, the air is above the land, which is above the water. That's the hierarchy. The same thing with land patents. I've got people say, well, no, if I put my land in trust, I don't need to do a land patent. My opinion is you're absolutely incorrect because you have a warranty deed on the land that is now pulled into the trust. What's a warranty deed? You don't own it. You're residing there. It's still like a flag flapping in the wind.
And you're a tenant.
And so then you have to take the land patent, perfect the land patent, then pull the land patent into the trust, which now secures the land. Same thing with the MCO. You have to understand, guys, you have to comprehend. We still are correcting ourselves all the time too. We've got 54 years of indoctrination on how to speak. But at the end of the day, guys, quit making it difficult. It's not that difficult. Land is beneath trust. Water is beneath that. Water is contracts and commerce. Land is what it is, common law. Trust is canon law, and it's the hierarchy that the judge can't touch anything, but if you have a warranty deed on your property, even if it's in a trust, it's still a flag flapping in the wind.
And it's not administered by common law. No trust.
That's that back door.
No correctly formed trust has the word common law in it. As soon as you put common law in it, you destroy the trust of the heir. And the judge can administer it when he sees fit. But if you put it in the air, it's above the judge. You see, common law has been codified so that the judge can administer it in the bankruptcy. And the judge, and the judge can decide when he pierces it if it's common law, because the judge is in the air. The judge takes an oath to canon law. The judge takes an oath to canon law. That's what runs the judge is canons, ecclesiastic principles, the Bible. Look at the commercial maxims. They come from the Bible. The common law maxims reflect the Bible. I didn't pull them, go over them again. There was common law, and then there was commercial law, and then there was where they were in the Bible. Everything has to be administered as a trust. in order to be safe in the air. If you say common law trust, guess what you just did? Now the administrator of the water can remain in honor because you chose common law.
Okay, I'm not into that understanding because it's an irrevocable.
That's exactly right. So what I'd like to do
No,
is,
it's irrevocable, so it's not so.
what I'd like to do, so you've dealt with trust before, right, sir?
Yeah,
And who taught you about dealing with trust?
well, I've learned it over the last 15 years from lots and lots of experience.
Lots and lots of experience.
Right,
And you've learned it. From who?
lots and lots of experience.
Lots and lots of experience. So a common law trust, do you get what I'm saying to
I
you?
totally understand what you're saying. You're
Okay, fantastic. So you have to set up a proper trust. Now, as you move forward in this process, this is advanced stuff, okay? Hold on. This is advanced stuff. You're gonna have a trust for you. Are you guys married?
No.
Well, she's sitting beside me, she's looking at you, so. Let's pretend. Man, he jumped on that, didn't he? Wow. Man, there's no doubt about that, huh? Well, she must not smell too bad because you said it beside her. So anyhow, listen. At the end of this game, you're gonna have, as you move forward, like if you're in a covenant with someone called a maritime, if you're in a covenant, see, you gotta correct your marriage. Marriage is maritime. You have a covenant under the trust. In the Bible, it doesn't say marriage, it says a covenant. So you're not married, you're in a covenant with the one you love. With your soulmate, the one that completes you. So when you go through the process of putting everything in trust, there's going to be, there's three trusts. There's the CQV, or actually the CQPCT, which is the Cestui Public Charitable Trust. That's the one the government set up for you by your birth certificate. The CQ, the Cestui Public Charitable Trust. Then you're going to do this. You're going to have a his and a hers. Okay? A his and a hers, an in and an out. And you're going to have your own trust, and he's going to have his own trust. And then together you're going to have a family trust, where you choose to put your titles in here and you choose to put your titles in here. So when you express the CQ trust, it comes to you. And it comes to you. And then the assets that you take out of here goes directly to here. You have a Treasury Direct account pursuant to Title 12, 411. He has a Treasury Direct account pursuant to Title 12, Section 411. All right, it says so right in CFR 31 that you have to establish a Treasury Direct account. And you can do that through Bank of America, Chase, Wells Fargo, and some of the other ones that are not quite as reliable. So it has to be set up with an EIN, with the proper 98 prefix. And the book that lays it out, which forms you can use and how you go through that process of setting it up, is 0%. The 0% book with a red and white cover. And they lay it out how you can get, yeah, it's right there. They lay it out how you can properly get that EIN number for this bank account for banking purposes only. For this bank account for banking purposes only. For this bank account for banking purposes only. So you have the CQ trust. There's a his and a hers. When you have a covenant, okay? And this covenant then, because you can't intermingle the funds as it comes directly from the Treasury for your benefit, not your mutual benefit, for her benefit, for his benefit. And then for the family, for yourselves, your heirs or assigns, and the benefit of all humanity as you deem it proper and fit. That's how that trust is to be administered. And this is to be administered similarly. Okay? And which one is going to own her automobile? This one or this one? This one.
If you create that one.
If you create this one. So you see what you're going to have is you're going to have, as a covenant, if you're just a single man or woman, you're going to have one for you and one for your family and your heirs or assigns and humanity. You got that? This is merely a way for you to move the assets, the bonds, and the monies from the CQV PCT to you for your benefit, and then you decide that it gets put in here. Now, in here, you can have sons, grandsons, granddaughters, family members. You can have, if there's someone at the restaurant that you like to go to every day, 3 times a day, and they're just a great young lady, and they're struggling, they don't know who their dad was, and they're just struggling through life, and you just take them under your wing, and they're like your daughter. Then you put them in there as a beneficiary. Okay? Or if you rescue children if you want to spend the rest of your life, share the rest of your life, rescuing children from bad situations and bringing them up out of underground dungeons, then they get in there. And everything comes through the funnel. But you don't own anything, and none of it should be common law because you don't want any actor going in there and saying, hey, how are you administering that? You say, none of your damn business.
Right. That's leaving a back door for the lawyers to.
It really is. It really is. If it says your notice of existence, if your notice of existence of trust has common law in it, it's piercing. I've seen it happen too many times. Okay? Now, that's enough of that. We're going to take a couple more questions, and then I'm going to teach you how to stand on the water. Let's go with you.
So about the trust, is it correct that you cannot be the person setting up the trust and be the...
Who grants you the trust? You have the grantor, the executor, the beneficiary, the trustee.
Yeah, but you can't be the beneficiary of the trust that you set up as a single person.
Who's the grantor of the trust?
No, they're all 3 different people.
God. You see, God creates everything. God creates everything. He gave us the land, the air, and the water. And from the land, the air, and the water, people create. Everything comes from the land, the air, and the water, and shall return to the land, the air, and the water, except one thing. And that is your spirit that has a soul. Does that make sense? So God is the grantor. He's the ultimate grantor of everything, the land, the air, and the water. And we, the people, use the land, the air, and the water to create everything else. At His direction and His instructions, as we were commanded to take dominion over the land, the air, and the water, and to go forward with that and be fruitful and multiply. Does that make sense? All right, so we have a meeting of the minds over here about that common law word, right? Cool. You've gotten lucky for 15 years. If you poke the bear, believe me, they're going to come poke you back. Okay, just a few more questions. Simple side about the trust. Yeah.
The family trust, is that the God familiar trust that David talks about? It's not.
This one is a family trust set up with God as the grantor.
And that's different than our personal.
This over here can be the same way if God is the grantor because government was the grantor of this SQ trust for the benefit. They're the co-beneficiary. The CQ trust was set up to fund government and for the benefit of you. Okay? Government's half of it is for the benefit of to fund government and all of humanity. So when you pull that money out of there, you get half of what's in that trust, and it's hundreds of millions of dollars if you do a proper CUSIP number search. All right? And then you suck that money out into this, where you're going to administer it for the benefit of yourself and all of humanity. And then you give it to here, to your family trust. And then you do that for yourselves, your heirs or assigns, and all of humanity as you deem proper and fit. You see what I'm saying? Recognizing God as the grantor of the land, the air, and the water, all things of the earth. And we, the people, use the land, the air, and the water, and everything that's in them or on them to create our world of how we live. And when you use the proper language and the proper diction in setting up these trusts, they are not pierceable, except if you violate the public charitable trust section of it and you start acting like a drunken rock star. Okay? You must remain in honor. You can buy a jet if you use it for the benefit of humanity. But you have to justify what you're going to. You can't buy a jet and use it to go back and forth to the house you bowl in the Bahamas. Yeah, that's not right. But if you buy a jet so you can travel around the country to put on seminars to teach people how to be free, then that's for the benefit of another, isn't it? So you have to remain in honor. If you remain in honor and express your free will, then this all stands and will not fall. If you start acting like a drunken rock star, then you are in dishonor. And you violate God granting you the ability to have those resources. Because it's not for the benefit of another. Yourself first, humble. You see, Jesus was a carpenter. He wasn't a king among their fuel system. He was a carpenter. Humble yourself before God, and great things will be blessed upon you. You give what you need most in life, and it will return in abundance. This is why we got to start loving each other. We got to start respecting each other. We got to start dreaming again. Got to start learning how to think. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
All right, enough with the trust. I'm going to take. Do you want any more questions?
I want to interject one.
Yeah, he's going to talk a little bit about this, and then I got to get moving forward here with how we're going to walk on the water as God has taught us.
Okay, if you want to have fun with policy enforcers, this is the number one thing I recommend. We have it for all 50 states. It's on our website. And I've had 3 highway patrols. They see this book. Every cruiser is supposed to be in their car. They know what it is. This is what the district attorney or the city attorney uses on all traffic tickets. This book in the state of Texas says I don't have to have a driver's license, registration, tags, title, anything. And as soon as they see this, and if they challenge me, I'll open it up after I've already endorsed them and put them on notice them charging $2,500 a minute. I read really slow. So it's just a cheap thing. It's $125. This book for the legal department, $1,600 through LexisNexis. We have a contract through a printing company that prints these, and we can offer them from LexisNexis. They got the copyright laws for all 50 states. They didn't have Oklahoma, but we got that one added. So it's something you can carry. I carry one of these in all my cars.
What's the name of the book?
This right here is called the Texas Criminal and Traffic Law Manual. All the states will say it is California. Let's say California Criminal Traffic Law Manual.
Let me see it, I'm sorry.
Can you repeat
And
that?
they're all pretty much the same.
Yeah, they're all pretty much the same. I was in New Jersey. A guy brought one up to me. Within a minute, I was able to find the statute code for his state. So.
Repeat that again, please.
It's on his website.
It's on his website.
Yeah, sorry, it's MCOtitles.com. Manufacturer Certificate of Origin Titles.com. So MCOtitles.com. Everybody that brought a Travel by Right book, look in there and see if you got the police visor card. Every police officer is supposed to have this. It's in our book. If you didn't get one, come back and see us at our table and we'll get you one to put in your book. Okay?
And that little brochure that he just held up, this one, it tells the officers and you what is a commercial vehicle. and what they're allowed to regulate. And guess what? Your Mustang, Audi, BMW, whatever your small little automobile is, ain't on this thing. Okay? Now this is posted on the channel. Okay? To download it and print it out. All right, folks, we've been going about an hour and a half, and we're going to take about a 15-minute break or so. Please make it a quick one, because I've got a lot of material to cover before lunch. And when we come back from lunch, we got a lot more material to cover. So let's take about a 10 or 15-minute break, all right?
Sorry, guys, I'm not supposed to say.
It's on the homepage. So that qualified for us, it's not seen it from our warehouse.
Like I just recommended the link, but it's for right now for the live link. You don't have something weird.
Thank you, see that right now. I don't know that I can get on.
Yeah, sorry, I know you're busy.
You're fine. You're totally fine.
I want to back
Thank you. I don't want to
because
forget.
I feel like it's hard for me to follow sometimes because I revisited it since I wasn't here yesterday.
Yeah, no, it's okay.
Yeah, we can do something.
You mean like, did you get what they offer?
No, this is a brand new car. So I'm getting it and sales from the dealers. And go out there and exporting it.
I'm just gonna send that just so I know.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, okay, so. Yeah, so that's it, so that was from yesterday. Yeah. That was the so you can just log on and it's like 7 hours long. Not entirely, like it's not all too great stuff. So
Are you gonna take it down after a while?
no, so it'll stay up on my site. So it's on the it's been it'll be on the private side of it. So it'll be up indefinitely.
Yeah, it's not, you know, we're not happy to like.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not gonna take it down. Yeah. Sure, of course.
got lost phone, I'll take it to the owner. If you've lost your phone, let me know, please.
We're looking at David. Talking about Formalizing.
Okay. You know what happened to the lunch boxes?
Thank you.
All right, folks. Let's get our seats. We've got a lot of material to cover.
Hey guys, real quick, does anybody not have a raffle ticket? You don't have to buy the raffle tickets. We're gonna give some things away. Anybody that does not have a raffle ticket, come see me.
Well, I looked everywhere for that remote. Nobody knows what it's at.
So.
Yeah, I don't know where.
How big was it? Well, I mean, it's just like, I just don't know what happened. Like everything was set yesterday, the doors were closed, and then we come in this morning and everything was like shit show. Like, how did?
It's too late to worry about it now.
Yeah. You turn it on.
All right. All right, come on, folks. Let's get in the seat. Let's get in your seats and quiet down a little bit. That situation will all depend on how they are what passport they have, and what state they arrived in. There's 1,000 different it's a 5-hour
Exactly. So at that time, yeah, at that time, we paid off the credit card, which that, and it paid off because they sent me, they just served me, and then I sent them back. This is what they sent me. Dismissal without prejudice. I just got it, August 15th. Yes, so basically, I delivered that. They didn't give this to me. That makes sense. They sent it in the mail. Yeah. Okay. So what do you think? Yes, I want to dismiss it now because basically I asked them to I did the whole thing. They sent me a statement and I did the whole thing. time on that, and how they want to see it now. Basically, and then I read it over and I felt this off. I was just how do you like this? Yeah. Okay, well, this is August 13th, so don't I have 30 days? Okay, they didn't actually notice me sent me. Yes. No. But they clearly just came in and out. Okay, I do have those without noticing. I have those. Okay, I have those. Okay, so I can see yesterday. Okay, cool. Okay.
All right, folks. All right.
All right.
Hey, wake me up when you're ready. I'm gonna take a nap over here.
Let's do it.
All right, somebody in the back of the room, could please ask those folks to have a seat. We want to get started here. I always feel like I never give you enough information. There's so much to teach you. Are you getting enough information?
Yeah.
All right, so who wants to learn how to stand on water? Fantastic. So we have here, over here is the land on this side of the whiteboard. This is land. And papers come from trees that grows on the land. They're called papers in the Fourth Amendment for a reason. Because it's the proper jurisdiction that they're using in the Fourth Amendment. So over here, this is the water. All of this over here is the water. And you have an administrator that sits in a little boat. And this little boat over here, this little guy is called a judge or a magistrate. And he has in his little courtroom, his little ship of his little courtroom, he has something called a chart. It's called LexisNexis, and it's his map of the water. And he must remain in honor, and he must know about all these little islands out here. And all these little islands have a docket. And this docket has a list of case numbers with documents associated with them and filed on them. So in order for you to have standing on this water, and that this little magistrate up here can see you, why is it that a courtroom has a hearing? And when you die, they have a viewing. Because in a water court, you're dead. And they can only hear the sounds that a ghost makes. They can't see it. That's why your oral argument is the most important. And when you die, they have a viewing. because they have to come see how dead you are. And now that they've seen that you are dead, now they can go to probate and suck all that money out of your cestui trust that you never claimed, because they verified that you are dead, no longer lost at sea, a ghost that can only make noises. So this judge has to remain in honor. In your papers, you turn them into documents. You must doc your papers so they know what you meant. So how do you walk on the water? See, you don't have standing in the water because you're dead vessel personification, birth certificate res, your property, chattel, your all capital name, and your transmitting utility that they need in order to suck money out of your cestui account. Or you give power of attorney to someone to present you in a water court. Not represent you, they left out the hyphen. They represent you as a joiner to the trust, the signatory, property of the trust, an incapacitated adult, a minor, incapable of even speaking proper legalese. And that's why you must have a bar attorney, that you give power of attorney over all the business affairs of the private bar guild. So this judge must remain in honor, and he must maintain knowledge about all these islands that's on his see, the Holy See. So what you do is you go to a county of, in the state of, and you get a case number. And that case number can be whatever it is. All right? Federal District, docket number 01, or 02, or 020, or 0 whatever. That is case number, is a CUSIC number. It's already been hypothecated and bonds have been sold on it before anybody's name's ever associated with it. Now, there's two types of courthouses because there's two of everything. There's legal and there's lawful. There is de facto and there's de jure. All right, what is legal is not lawful. What is lawful is not legal. Legal is a district court, a federal court. You don't want that. You want a court of claims or a circuit court. And then you go into the court of claims or a circuit court, a people's court, and you get a case number in the county of, in the state of. And now that case number becomes your island. And this little guy here, he gets all excited because he's got a new island that he has to remain in honor of. But there's no dock over here for him to tie his boat off to. You see, this guy can't get off on the land. Over here is the land recorder's office. Where you record the deeds of men. And that little land recorder's office is on the land. But what happens to this admiral over here on his ship if he docks it over here and he gets off of his ship and he has to go into this land office to see what you're doing? He's not going to do that because once he gets on that dock and he steps foot on the land, he's powerless. He's just like you or I. He has no power over anything, no ability to administer, no executive decentor status, or nothing. He's just like you and I. Because he only has power on the water. But now you have a case number, which is your island. And it should make you happy. Okay? Because now you have some place to stand on the water. Now, over here, on the land, you have your freedom bundle. You have your Form 56. If you choose to do the revocation of election status, where you're elected to become a taxpayer, you can do that. You have your notice of claim as an elector to elect your public employees. You see, people elect their public employees, but citizens select, S-E-L-E-C-T, S-E-L-E-C-T, their leaders and their Zen masters. You see, you don't want to vote in a selection. You want to elect your public employee. So you need to change that and make a claim. In our constitutions, people elect, and people were different than subjects or citizens. People counted 4 votes to 1 subject's vote or 1 ballot cast. So you are a people, and you should count 4 times what the subject's ballot counts for. And if you did, you'll find that in your constitutions and your founding parchments. So you make that claim, any of those things along the way. So the first thing you're going to record is your freedom bundle, which includes your affidavit of truth and repudiation, your notice of default judgment, if you choose to, a declaration of non-corporate status, certified proof of service, your deed of reconveyance, your patent of nativity, your default judgment, all those things, and you put them together and that becomes your freedom bundle. And you record them on the land. And you get a certified true copy. And you take that certified copy and you go get yourself a case number in a circuit, write this down, in a circuit court or a court of claims. Okay? And then you take your papers and you turn them into a document. And this is called number 1. Docket. You just docket. You just docketed your papers. You put them on the docket. Isn't it amazing how this is admiralty? Everything comes back to the water. So you take your papers and you must docket them so that this guy here knows what you meant. Because he can't see papers, but he can see dockets because it's on his map. He has to go look at it. Now you're showing up on LexisNexis. And then that would be your freedom bundle, number 1. Number 2 would be your Form 56. And then all the others, your MCO, all the other papers and steps you take, you record them under that case number. And what you do is you're demonstrating your intention and expressing your free will to correct the errors of the past. You are demonstrating your competency and establishing your standing and status. Remember Canon 56, Canon 57? Any administrator that interferes in your ability to establish your status and demonstrate your competency shall be removed from office and punished. So everything you do is to demonstrate your status, or establish your status and demonstrate your competency. I need to start drinking some more water so my recall gets better. So then you have document number 2, and document number 3, and document number 4, and document number 5. And all these papers that you turn into documents become what's known as settled matters of fact before the court. They are settled, and they are true, and they are unrebutted. And under the commercial maxims, they can't be challenged by this little guy up here. Because truth and fact shall not be tried in a court of law. Truth and fact are sovereign in commerce, An unrebutted affidavit, it becomes truth and fact. And remedy can only be applied in one of four ways. That means they do what they tell you, what you tell them to do. They do what you tell them to do in the affidavit. Your affidavit should have two components to it. It should have an affidavit of truth and fact, first section, and then your second half of that affidavit would be a notice of claim for remedy of harm. And in your remedy of harm is where you put your citations, which is pursuant to UCC 9-109, UCC, USC, CFR, and on and on and on. Canon 2057, Canon 2056, Commercial Maxim number 3, Commercial Maxim number 4. Those are your pursuant tos in your notice of claim in violation of your rights. And there must be a remedy for that. And when they acquiesce, it becomes a settled matter of fact before the court. And they become your citation. So if one of these pirates, these barristers, if they pull you into this courtroom over here, your standing becomes what's called a citation. A citation is a settled matter of fact before a court of record, or any court. A citation is yours as pursuant to case number, blah, blah, in the county of, state of, document number 1. That's your citation. You just now have your own citation that you're not a 14th Amendment citizen. And one of these things that you do over here in this process is you contact the Library of Congress and you get a certified true copy of the 4 founding parchments. And then you apply your autograph to those things and accept them. And you record them on the land because now you're a party to it. That's not it. Hang on just a second. I'm trying to find this. That's not it. There we go, right there. uscode.house.gov. If you look on the screen up here, it says the organic laws in the front matter of the United States Code are listed as the Declaration of Independence from 1776, the Articles of Confederation from 1777, the Northwest Ordinance from 1787, and the Constitution of the United States for America from 1789. Those are the 4 organic laws or supreme law of our country, recognized in the United States Code by Corporation Congress. Isn't that a beautiful thing? So one of the steps you want to do is you contact the Library of Congress and you get a certified copy of each one of those 4 with the first 12 amendments. And then you autograph them and you do a letter of acceptance of the declarations and the compacts, the constitutions. List them out and you accept every single one of them. And then you record them on the land and you file them under your case number because they are now yours. You see, everything that you do is about expressing in writing your free will. Because that's the one thing that even God himself cannot interfere with, is your free will. Lucifer can't interfere with your free will. You get it?
Yeah.
So you've got to start expressing your free will. If you don't express your free will, then the administrator, the judge, the executor Nissan Tort will have to assume and presume. And you don't want a judge or an attorney assuming anything about what you want to happen. Now, in the present and in the future, should you pass from this life. Got it?
Does that need to be in the packet before you settle the matter?
No, you can do that as a separate matter. You can do each one as a separate paper and accept it on the land and record it as yours.
But you could put it in.
And then what happens is after you record it on the land, then you take a certified true copy of it from them. You take the original that you accepted and you put that in your private files. And you take that certified true copy that you put your autograph on in your letter of acceptance to the land. When you record it at the recorder's office, you record the deeds of men and you file settled matters. So then you take a certified true copy of that from the land office and you record it as document number whatever step you choose to do it in. And see, what you do, it might take you a year to go through all the steps. So what you have done is through a long chain, C-H-A-I-N, through a long chain of events, you have demonstrated your intention and exercised your free will to become a free man, a free woman, and a party to our founding principles and parchments. You see, all too often we get into policy debates and we ignore the principles. So when you go through a principle debate, you establish the parameters to debate the policy. And I'll demonstrate that to you this way. A thief breaks into your house at 2 o'clock in the morning. And at the point of a gun, they drag you out of your bed and they put you down at your kitchen table. And the thief says, okay, now we're going to start an agreement. How much of your stuff am I going to take from you? And then I'll leave you alone for a year. And then you start negotiating with that thief about how much of your stuff you're going to let them take from you. So they leave you alone for another year. You see, that's called a policy debate. No, government actor, I'm not paying you any taxes so that you'll leave me alone for a year. Everything in this house is mine. What I work for, the sweat of my brow is mine. Now, I've actually had judges say, well, we give unto, when I quote Bible and verse to them, this is in conversations, they say, well, what about give unto Caesar what is Caesar's? I said, that's a great point. The Bible does say give unto Caesar what is Caesar's. Now, here's the next question to answer that. If God created the heaven and the earth, and God giveth man dominion over the earth, and God giveth man dominion over the land, and God giveth man dominion over the air, and God giveth man dominion over the water, and all things are ours to take dominion over, what is Caesar's? Only what we consent for him to have. Do you get it? Because even God himself said you have the right of free will, self-determination. And he, nor Lucifer, can interfere in the expression and exercise of your free will, your self-determination. Is that a beautiful thing or what? Yes. See, you have to look at, just like when we looked at the founding parchments, we looked at those beautiful papers yesterday that some thought were maybe not quite good enough. And after we went through that process, did you feel a little differently about them? Did you? You don't know? Okay, cool. So that process started over 1,000 years ago, and many people gave their lives and their treasures, the ultimate treasure, their lives, and they went through a lot of pains over 1,000-year process to get us to the point where we seated George Washington in March 1789, thereby giving life to the words on all those beautiful parchments. And I don't think any of us are prepared to spend another 1,000 years trying to do something that might not even be near half as good. There's no way in hell we can get it done. Because then they only had muskets. Now they have AR-15s and shotguns and tanks, and they listen to everything we put out on social media, and they actually watch and see every single email. They listen to every single phone conversation. They watch every single text message. Everything you do in the digital world is recorded. Everything is recorded. If you have a smart TV connected to the internet in your house, they hear everything you do. How many of you have had your phone and you've been talking with someone and Siri answers you? Yeah, you're like, I'd be talking to my wife after I got my new phone, and we'd be just jabbering along, and then here comes Google and it answers a question, or I didn't understand the question, and I'm like, whoa. Who's listening to you? How many of you had your phone answer you when you didn't expect it? Quite a few of you. All right, there's a big warehouse in Colorado. They store everything, all the metadata, all the tranches of information. And when Trump says we have it all, we caught him, we got it all. He wasn't kidding. They know down to the name of the false fake voter in every county, every precinct. They know everything. He caught them all. And I'm getting tired of waiting on him to do something about it. Well, the cool part is they're doing an awful lot about it. You just haven't seen the videos yet. That's enough of that. So the whole long train of events, no, we're not going down that path. Everything I talk about, I want you to be able to find it, or it's posted on the channel. There's a lot of things that David and I can't post on the channel. All right? Everything I tell you, I want to maintain my credibility. So everything I tell you is posted on the channel where you can go find it. Everything I tell you, you can go find it. All right? So, a long chain, and it's a chain because they're all connected to one another, to demonstrate your intention of expressing your free will to become a free man or free woman. So does anybody have any questions about this in this courtroom and how you make that your island to stand on in the water using citations and maxims of law? And now you can take control of that courtroom when they drag you into it to administer your property without your consent. assess the Q trust between now and the time that you claim it. Yeah, this guy had his hand up first, yeah.
On your dockets, do you want to add that original case number, or each docket get a different?
No, you get one case number. Everything goes on one case number. Yeah, and then we'll go over here.
It's all the stuff, because like I'm very new, I'm about to learn more by studying the channel. But, like.
Did you hear that disclaimer? Yeah. She said, I'm really new and I have a question about this, but I'm gonna study the channel. Let me guess, you knew what was coming, didn't you?
Well, my question is, most of everything that we're talking about.
Your question is, most of everything that we're talking about
It's coming through the mail, right? So it's.
is coming through the mail.
So I have the ability to, like, each thing, like, sit with it. Make
Do you have the ability to like what?
the information that we're getting out, like, all the stuff that all the steps that we have to go through. It's not like I have to know it all as.
No, you don't have to know everything right now, okay? Right now, what we need to do, and David and I are of the same mind on this, right now, we need as many people sending in those affidavits of truth and repudiation as possible.
That's right.
Because that sends a really clear message. Yep, go ahead. We need to send in those AORs because that sends a really loud and clear message that we're fed up with their bullshit. We've had enough. We're not taking it anymore, and we're going to do something about it. You see, no more false elections, no more false prophets, no more fake promises, no more fake news, no more propaganda, no more indoctrination. We are going to put a stop to all of that. And we're going to reclaim our rights that come from God, lawfully and legally. And we are going to right this country and put her back on her feet on the land where she belongs. And we can't send that message until we all of us send in our AORs. And that can happen tomorrow. We need 50 million, 100 million people to do that, and then the corporations pretending to be government will fall. And this evil will be purged from our land. And when we go as one people, we shall all go to the promised land, the dominion of freedom, and God's law shall be restored to our lives. But only when we go as one people will we all go to the promised land. We have to come together. We have to wake up those that are not yet taking serious what's happening in our world. We have to make the difference. This is our land, air, and water. And we were commanded to take control of it by God. And come out of Babylon, come out of that evil war. Come out of baby land. Isn't it interesting that they consider us all minors? I can show you the court registry investment system where they list the cases of the minors. Would you all like to see that?
Yes.
Please. See how much fraud is perpetrated upon us?
Every second of the day. Is there anything we can do if we already have a court case and we haven't updated?
No, it's not a get out of jail free card.
And we haven't corrected our status yet?
Nope, it's not a get out of jail free card. If you're already in the court system, you're already in the court system. All you can do is flounder and try to get yourself corrected. All right? To correct your status after you've already been involved in something is very difficult to do.
Bobby, isn't the court, the mail is the court. In fact, the court uses the mail to begin court with us by sending mail to us. And that is court, and the credit reporting agencies, the traffic laws, they are all utilizing the mailing system to begin court with us by just sending us things. And if we do or don't respond, if we respond, it begins a contract, or if they are trying to contract with us, because being dragged off to court, I've gotten myself out of multiple court cases by sending letters back. And they were trying to scare me with trying to contract with me, companies that I've never signed contracts with. I wrote them back and they went away because I know the law, I know the USC codes, I know the UCCs, so I utilize the codes that they try to use against us, I utilize that back at them. So that is a way to respond to them and.
Here, you need a microphone.
We get back to them.
Wait a minute, slow down, slow down, slow
Make
down,
sure
slow
that you
down.
know you're not gonna be dragged.
Slow down.
Physical court if you know the laws and you understand the US.
Try to shut.
Come up here and get the microphone. Come on. Come on, I'm serious. Come up here and get the microphone.
She speaks from serious experience.
Yeah.
Yep.
There's nothing like hard knocks.
Yep. What's your name?
My name is Shayna Myers.
Jana, here you go. Shayna, here's Shayna.
Hi, you guys. I
Go out
started.
there and stand out there.
Okay. A little bit farther back. Oh, sorry. Right.
Over by the whiteboard.
I started my journey like 6 years ago.
Now, we don't need a bibliographer.
I know, and I just learned my social could pay off some money, and I was like, whoa. So
And you
I
got
went
in
on-
trouble doing that, didn't you?
No, actually, I paid off a credit card because I found the letter on the back of the Social Security or the social card. I found the bank, the federal bank that was connected to my Social Security account. I called the bank and I said, here's the bank's routing number. Here's my Social Security number as my account. And it worked, it paid it off, but I did not have access to my account yet. So after like 2 weeks, it reversed, they shut it down, they started coming after me, and I was like, okay, but it was all in the mail, okay? It was all in the mail. I learned the USC codes, I learned the words that they were saying, and I started writing things back to them. In that process, I got pregnant, decided to do it all natural. All that only went one time to the doctor at 21 weeks, didn't know about the, Obamacare stuff, and I got a ultrasound just to find out he was a boy. Did all natural birth. It wasn't until 2 months that I went to ask the pediatrician some questions. They found out I was all natural, thought I was crazy. Within a couple hours, CPS was at my home to take my child. And I lucked out because my mom, she became foster, and I did the court thing. I learned through it. Basically, I got a lawyer, then got rid of it, and I do have my son back. My son is back with me. Thank you. And I learned through experience, and it was hard, and I had to feel, and I had to sit with the mistakes that I made. I had to sit with what I had created for myself by entering, not knowing how I was entering into contracts, what to say, what not to say. So now I am standing in my power. I am actually living in now. A source helped me move to get away from CPS. So CPS actually has no idea where I live. I've educated my entire family on how to keep them away. And in this process, I was moving and I got scammed off Craigslist and got moved into a home that 5 days later, the police showed up and found out it was owned by a corporation. And I was like, well, I have a lease and I have the keys. And they were like, yeah, you haven't done anything wrong. You're completely innocent in this. This is going to be a civil matter between you and the corporation. And it's been 3 months and the corporation has not done anything except for in the first month, posted one piece of paper on the door that said, if you don't move out in 3 days, you may have eviction notices brought to you. And this letter said, Dear Shayna, Shayna, didn't have my name.
This all started on the mail.
Yes.
Listen. God bless you for standing up.
I know.
Okay? So
Yes, right.
What she's boiling down to share with you all is that everything you get from the government, the corporation, everything is a presentment. It's an offer to contract. Everything that government sends you in the mail is an offer to contract. And you have the right to rescission that under UCC 3-202. You have 72 hours to refuse it. I've received your offer to contract. There's no will or desire on my part to engage in any contract with your corporation.
And guess who gets to decide?
And you get to decide. Yeah, you get to decide when you receive it.
With a
Yep.
stamp. So
Right
you
on.
get to decide when the 72 hours.
Exactly.
You get to decide what emotional distress is.
I think she's gonna be one of our teachers in the future. Thank you, honey. Thank you. You keep studying, you're gonna be a teacher. You're gonna be a teacher in the future. All right, all right. I didn't want her taking over my seminar. Yeah. Who was it that was asking me about doing stuff with CPS? Yeah. Guess what? Right there.
So I think she would be a good person to.
Oh, yeah.
The mom
She'd
one,
be a good what?
For the moms,
Yeah, a good what?
for the moms.
A good people.
Good people, good
There you
woman.
go, there you go.
Sorry, see?
So, yeah, no, listen,
Even I
listen.
get reprimanded.
That's good, that's good.
I'm like, am I speaking?
We gotta support each other. When we see someone using the wrong words, we gotta say, what's a person? A what? I don't cognize that status.
Do you remember the first time I called you when I was,
Yeah.
after I got subpoenaed and I was
Yeah.
like kind of in distress?
She called me and she was in distress and she got subpoenaed.
So I was one of the first ones subpoenaed for the,
She was one of the first ones subpoenaed for J6. Here, you want your story? I love this. I can take it
oh
now.
my gosh.
Come here.
I don't want to take it. No, I wasn't really gonna tell this. Okay, so
Stand over there so they can see.
the live stream can't see me though.
Oh, well, okay. Oh, well, I have to, let me switch roles.
Okay, so I helped organize the events in DC last year, post-election. The event on January 5th was my event, and I was one of the first ones subpoenaed by the fraudulent J6 committee. And I thought about it. I was a little panicked at first. I was like, oh crap, what is this? And I spoke to Ann Vanderstill's a good friend of mine, and I speak on the Clay Clark speaking circuit. And I was talking to her and I was like, you know what? I'm not gonna comply because I don't see them as a legitimate entity, but I don't wanna end up in jail. How do I do this? So she immediately said, you need to contact Bobby and find out how you can do this properly. And what I was getting at, because it's not about me. I mean, I basically, when they came to me, I told them, I don't see you as a legitimate entity. They came to my house, they wanted my effects, my personal effects. Is that right?
Yeah.
And I told them no, and they came back about 2 months later, a month and a half later. They came to my door, knocked on my door. I didn't even step out of my domicile. Is that right? That's right. And I barely even opened it, barely opened the door. And they were telling me, Mrs. Chafin, you understand that if you do not comply, what can happen to you? Steve Bannon had already been, indicted, and I was like, I'm fully understanding of what can happen. I had told Steve prior that I was not going to comply, and he was like, good for you. But basically what happened is they came and I told him no. I said, I don't recognize you as a legitimate entity. I don't think, I'm not your servant. I'm not your person, person, right? Which is
You're not their person to
I'm
work
not
for.
I'm not their slave. And I said, do what you will. And I said, I'm now going to close the door to my domicile. I didn't say domicile because I didn't want time. And I said, you guys are welcome to stand here. I said, I'll give you 2 minutes, and if not, I'm calling the police. So I closed the door and I went about my way. I haven't been contacted since. I'm just waiting if anything's gonna happen. But what I was getting at was the first time it's not about me, it's about standing up for what's right. And when we do that, that's where the power is. So when I called him, I was literally in Oklahoma and I just left this event. And I'm telling him, this is what's going on, this is what I'm facing. And every time I said something wrong, he was like, you're what? You're not at this. So I'm just pointing out, he is very specific, and I think we should do a specific class on actually how you use the proper language, because I do think that's so important. I do think it's important, because that is how they entrap us. That's how they entrap us, and it's that's why they call it spelling. Am I right? That's why they call it spelling, because it's a spell. It keeps you under their control. See, I do know a little bit more, but
And words become swords when you move the S.
well, words become swords when you move the.
Words become swords when you add the S of spelling.
Yes, okay, so words become swords when you add the S of spelling. So anyway, my point was, he's a stickler for words and speaking properly, and you were very clear with that, with me on our very, like, I didn't even know him, and at first I was like, oh, this guy's gonna tear me apart. But it's important because it matters. It really does matter. So thank you for giving me the mic. It wasn't really about that, but. Oh, and I have somebody's phone. I don't know if you're missing a phone. There's somebody missing a phone.
Somebody missing the phone.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's not anybody up here. That could be bad.
Yeah.
All right, I'll take it downstairs so nobody's out.
You having fun? Are you having fun? You don't know yet? She's got a lot of questions. She's got a lot of questions over here. I'm looking at your bright eyes. I give you one question.
It has to be a private, I have to do it private.
It has to be a private question? You think I'm crazy? She thinks I'm a little bit crazy. Yeah. I wish, if I had one wish that would come true, it would be that we could share each other's thoughts, hopes, and dreams just by looking in each other's eyes. Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know if I can handle this too much.
Yeah.
Oh, it would be a beautiful thing. It would be a beautiful thing. And you know what? When you look in someone's eyes, for longer than 3 seconds, that actually starts to happen. Next time you're looking in someone's eyes and you're in their space, close enough to feel their body heat, look in their eyes. And don't break eye contact for 3 seconds. You can start to feel their energy. And you can start to feel their hopes and dreams. And you get to know them just by merely looking in their eyes for longer than 3 seconds. It's amazing. So, I don't know where to go next, man. Court registry investment system. The court registry investment system is all fraud. This is example from one courtroom, one court system. The court registry investment system is the off-budget, non-public accounts of the court system, where they sell bonds out the back door of the court and they hypothecate every case number. And they make money off of every case number before your name is even associated with it. And once your name goes on that court case number, now they have access to your Q trust account. An almost unlimited amount of money that they can suck out of your vessel. And the court system loves it when policy agents and law enforcement officers create causes of action, because that allows them to put a name, a vessel name, on their already hypothecated case number that they've already sold bonds on. And here's the evidence of same. This is actually from them. So that you pay cash in, you pay tender in, it goes to the court, they get a receipt, and they deposit it in the treasury, the court registry investment system. These are treasury accountability where they buy and sell treasury securities. JP Morgan Chase, the Federal Reserve System, they're the control point. Control points are payments versus selling securities. And then the JP Morgan Chase, through non-standard withdrawals, wire transfers, transfer securities, and controlled disbursements to the actors pretending to be your court system. So the court disperses cash out in the form of a check. There's a transfer of accountability of administering the bankruptcy. So who gets the cash out? The actors. Government pretending to be government. Corporations pretending to be government. The actors, the judges, the prosecuting attorneys, the defense attorneys, they get retainers. on these transactions. Even your defense attorney is more than likely involved in the fraud. It's called the Court Registry Investment System, or CRIS. The back door. Here's a liquidity fund for weekly operating statistics. From period to period, 1 week, beginning CRIS balance, $721 million. Income allocation, $110,000. Case deposits, $4.7 million in 1 week on 15 case numbers. And the fraud continues week by week by week by week. The Court Registry Investment System Asset Report, beginning 7/27 of 06 and ending on 7/31 of 06. Roughly 1 week. Maturity date, CUSIP block number, the tranche numbers, the security is a treasury bill, when they purchased and sold them, the unit cost, the sale price. $97.79 bond equivalent yield, 4.52% holding period, and it goes on and on and on. Per value, $50 million total purchase, $48 million total discount, interest gain, $1.1 million. Investment portfolio, $144 million for 1 week.
Wow.
This is from 2006 numbers. Alternate fund operating statistics, and they go on and on and on. Principal is $135 million. The ending balance is $135 million. Income on securities, about $98,000. Registry fee disbursements, which means money that they paid out to the fraudsters, $286,000 for the week. This is just one court system in Texas. One.
Unbelievable.
In a week, net earnings, $9.28 million. They were actually down $189,000 for the week.
So Lonnie, does every
Those poor ones.
court have their own Dun and Bradstreet number? Like every court district? has
Every single court has a,
their own different.
I'm gonna answer your question. Every single court, see what this says? Minors case information for the district. That one happens to be the 4th district in South Carolina. Well, let's just talk about Texas. That one's an error on the first one. So the district is the 5th district of Texas. Case number 100-CV-621. Origination date in 2002. Ending balance $37,000. The principal was $35,000, and the interest they made on that account $2,449. So just that one case number, that could be a traffic ticket.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, exactly.
Remember, this is a 1 week period. And it goes on. Look at this one. Thank you. Look at this one, $138,000 in 1 week. That case number right there from the 5th district. See that? Oh, come on, my computer just froze up. I don't know. Daggone it. Okay. Let's wait till it catches up. There we go. Now it's caught up. All right, so let's go down. Here's the ending case. Look, this is 66 pages. Isn't that an interesting number? This is all for the 5th district. And notice what it says. It says minors case information because you're all minors. Okay? So come out of Babyland. Come out of Babyland. This is off budget stuff. So look at these numbers. I mean, this is insane. $21,000 in a week, $13,000 in a week, $14,000 in a week, $41,000 in a week. Well, one case number. Look how far back it goes. The origination date was 1995. It never ends. The fraud never ends. So let's just keep going and keep going and keep going. And look at this. Is this pissing you off?
Yeah.
But the court systems are broke. They got enough money to fund the whole country. So let's go to the end and find out what the story is. So looky here. This explains it. This is from their manual. It tells them how to do the false accounting. Reporting 1099 tax information. How to do the fraud. Small case balance reports. Definitions of terms. 1099s for qualifying cases. 1099 INT will be prepared and mailed to the recipients, and applications information will be furnished to the IRS. Step-by-step description of CRIS, alternative funds process. This is posted on the channel. It just pisses me off every time I look at it. So let's just look at what the numbers are when at the end of it, where it all matters. Court registry investment system, pool summary allocation report, the liquidity pool. Looky there, for 1 week, on 2,551 cases, the beginning balance is $2.3 billion. Transferred in was $750,000. Transferred out was $10 million. They still had $2.3 billion. Earnings was $116 million for the week. In 5 days. Transferred out $56,000. Period change is $1.9 million. Ending earnings balance $118 million they earned in 1 week. The current registry fee, which means how much money they paid out to the fraudsters, was $135,000 for the week. Now this is one courthouse, folks. How many judges are in one courthouse? Maybe 2 or 3. And maybe 1 or 2 prosecuting, maybe 4 or 5 prosecuting attorneys that split $135,000 for the week. And that the bondholders and so on and so forth, they got retainage on that number. They got retained. I want to know where that $135,000 went. Don't you? Don't you? So here's the court registry investment system district summary allocation pool for the Southern District of Texas on 951 cases. Now remember, the previous report was for 2,551. Okay, this is just for one courthouse right here, the Southern District of Texas, U.S. District Court. Okay, right there's the District 5 of the Texas Southern District. So they had a principal beginning balance of $500 million. They transferred in $75,000. And then they have the beginning balance on their earnings. The allocations was $398,000 transferred out. The ending balance on there was $29 million. Their ending balance was $499,000. Or excuse me, yeah, $499 million, excuse me. $500 million. Ending balance, and the registry fee for the week was $41,000. So period change. In 1 week, they made 390, was it allocations? Transferred in, allocations, 398. So we got 29,454. Beginning balance is 29,056. So it increased, didn't it? Because this number is bigger than that number. So they got almost $400,000 in 1 week, and they paid out $41,000 in 1 week in registry fees. But look at how much money they have on hand in the whole district, not just the fifth. $2.4 billion. And this was from 2006. 2016 is 10 years. 2006 will be, or 2020 what? Does that make you upset a little bit? This information was gotten through a FOIA request, and it was made public. And it's posted on the channel. It tweaks me. You see, your taxes don't fund government. This kind of bullshit right here is what funds government. Also posted on the channel is Sovereign Citizens, an introduction for law enforcement. I had an FBI agent in one of my seminars come up to me at the end of the second day, and he said, you know that thing? Have you seen that thing on Sovereign Citizens? That's the dragnet. We let them get away with certain things for a while, and then we go arrest them in the dragnet. We let the clingers cling on, and we just go arrest them. And it talks about sovereign citizens are a network of loosely affiliated individuals living within the United States who believe federal, state, and local governments are operating illegitimately. Well, no wonder. They believe secret bank accounts exist at the United States Department of the Treasury. These accounts can be accessed using Internal Revenue Service, IRS, Universal Commercial Code, and fraudulent financial documents. Well, they're right. You can't access it properly using IRS documents, UCC, and fraudulent financial. You can't do it that way. And guess what? There is at the Department of Treasury. It does exist. So let's find out if it exists. So we posted. You're gonna love this. Come on. Just hang on a second. You better see this.
I have a question. What's your plan B if they ever censor Telegram, if they ever censor Telegram? Like, where can we find the information?
I can't hear you. What's the question?
So, like, if they ever gonna censor on Telegram that kind of information?
We have a web, this is why you gotta study the channel. We have our own website. We have our own website. It's called WTP, We the People, USA.us. WTPUSA.us. It's hosted on our server. It's our software. It works just like Facebook. Well, not just like Facebook, but it works similar to Facebook. Okay? You create a profile, you can create groups, you can create pages, you can create chats, you can friend people, and it's ours. So yes, we do have. The challenge is there's only about 2,000 people that have signed up for it yet. Oh, I gotta find this. This is huge.
Bobby, what's your take on this FBI list of us doing all this stuff?
Oh, come on. Just hang on. I'm trying to show you here where it exists. CFR 31.
The FBI are very thorough.
They think they are.
Well,
The FBI was never chartered by Congress. They were created by a letter from an undersecretary. They don't exist. Well, I can tell you that's not there. Let me go to a different chat. Anyhow, CFR 31. I wanted to give you the exact code, but I can't remember it. CFR 31. It talks about the minor estates. It talks about the minor estates. So I've got to find it here. There it is, bingo. It's under CFR 31, Volume 2, subsection 363.25, 26, 27, 28. See it up here in the corner? Okay, so Treasury Direct Account. The minor must establish his or her own primary Treasury Direct Account prior to transfer of his or her securities. In order to gain control of the securities held in the minor's account, the minor must first open his or her own primary account. That doesn't say a joint account, does it? Where did I get the information I told you that you had to have your own trust and your husband had to have his own trust? Right here. It says so right here in CFR. You see, I don't make this shit up. They do. All right. The minor must gain control of the securities held in the minor's account by the custodian, transferring the securities held in the minor's account to the minor's primary account. Or the minor may request that the public debt transfer the securities to his or her primary account. The minor may gain control of his or her 0% certificate of indebtedness by the custodian delinking the account and transferring the 0% certificate of indebtedness to the minor's primary account, or the minor may request that public debt delink the account to the transfer the 0% certificate to indebtedness to his or her primary account. Liability, it goes on and on and on.
What was that?
It goes on and on and on. I told you, it's CFR 31. Okay, subsection 363.25 and 0.28, and just keep on going. CFR 30, it's posted on the channel, it should be. If it's not, it's going to be here in a second. Okay.
What page was that?
Okay. Bingo. It's on the Telegram channel. Go down with it. All right.
What's the title of it?
It's on the Telegram channel. So go look at it. It's on the Telegram channel. I just posted it. Oh, okay. Yeah. I just posted it. It's there. It's there. All right. Okay. Cool deal. So there you go. So what's the FBI report say? It says that sovereign citizens are neutrality. They believe that secret bank accounts exist at the United States Department of the Treasury, and these accounts can be accessed. Well, no, the first sentence is, do we believe that there's secret bank accounts that exist at the United States Department of Treasury? Well, okay, what does that say? See how stupid the FBI is? They're just a bunch of bar attorneys pretending to be law enforcement.
Isn't sovereign citizen oxymoron?
A sovereign citizen is an oxymoron. So it goes on. Look at this goofy police officer badge. National Concealed Carry Law Officer. What the hell does that mean? Nothing. Okay, so it goes on. Unclassified possible indicators of sovereign citizens. And they tell you all different kinds of things that we don't tell you to do. Okay? Documents filed to declare sovereignty. Act of reaffirmation of character and renunciation of attempted expatriation. Termination, separation, and divorcement affidavit. We don't do. Notice of sovereign status by common law affidavit. Declaration and notice of birth certificate, social security number, and UCC1. Or IRS cards, international, made up. Well, I have a common law driver's license. Well, who recognizes it? The answer is nobody. You have no standing. What is apostille? Well, see, first of all, we don't get our birth certificates apostille. We get them authenticated to a non-Hague nation. So they're making a mistake right there. Federal Reserve note, they talk a little bit about that. More shit made up. The accounts are believed to contain tangible assets ranging from $630,000 to $300 million. Sovereign citizens are referred to as dollar value of credit. Well, that's bullshit. They started it with $630,000. If you're born prior to 1975, if you're born after 1975, they started with $1 million and they insured it for $2 million. And if you're a military veteran, you have two Cestacune Trust accounts. The other one became active with your DD 214. If you have military benefits and you correct your status, they are not affected. Your Social Security retirement benefit is not affected because they're a private. They are private. They are private what? They are private funds. They are separate. And they are funded by what? By the sweat of your brow. You. They are funded by the sweat of your brow. Now, there are some sticking points. What type of disability insurance do you have if you're younger than 65 or 62? You have to do a little bit of research. If you funded them directly, they are yours. Who funded the Social Security accounts? You and your employer. If you're self-employed, then you pay the whole ticket. It is a separate annuity. It's a separate insurance. It's a separate deal from your citizenship. And Social Security is not administered by our government, our corporation pretending to be government. Social Security and the SS5, all of that is administered through the IMF and the UN. Your Social Security check does not come from the Department of Treasury. It does not come from the Federal Reserve. Your Social Security check that you get every month is funded through the IMF. There is no Social Security Trust Fund. There never is and never was. They've been lying to you all the time. If you go through this process and you do it properly, quickly, and succinctly, and you gain your minor estate, and you jerk out those hundreds of millions of dollars to pay your living expenses from now until the time you pass away, what the hell do you need a Social Security check for? You see, not everyone can be free. If you like your benefits, if you like getting that unemployment check, if you like getting that stimulus check, if you like getting that unemployment insurance, if you like taking benefits from the corporation as a citizen, then by all means, you keep being a citizen. Don't do anything until you know what you're doing and you are comfortable with doing it. You see, this is about your free will. No one's trying to sell you anything. No one's trying to convince you anything. I just merely share with you what the truth is, like I'm doing right now, and you decide for yourself if you want to be part of that fraud or not. I can spend the next year up here in front of this microphone and this camera in front of you all and go step by step through that channel. But I don't need to do that because we're all pretty pissed off about this fraud because we've been looking and paying attention, haven't we? So you need to decide. And you can do your research. And if you, well, my Social Security is going to be affected, well, go do a little bit of research in your Social Security. Find the codes and the statutes and ordinances and things that govern what is the Social Security Administration and read about it. You see, we now, more than any time in history, must concern ourselves with the matters of reading, the matters of righteousness and justice. And we all must read and read and read until our eyes fall out. And then we realize we can't read near enough neither. For our country and our children and our land and our money have been stolen from us by tyrants and thieves through sophistry, chicanery, fraud, fear, and intimidation. And only through the knowledge, because God has given us eyes to see, can we set ourselves free? John 8:36. You see, we have eyes to see. And we can see the truth and fraud before us. And we've been commanded to come out of babyland. I don't want to be a minor anymore, do you? No. I don't think the government needs to take care of me, do you? No. And some people do, and that's okay. Judge not, let you be judged. You see, the Bible tells us how we must remain in honor. The Bible is a history and the foretelling. The Bible is a trust indenture for us to take care. And you read these 22 pages and you see everything in here that we tell you not to do. I've actually had people that started this journey with me in Pennsylvania, And now they're going down the path of a W4V and a 1099 OID acceptance for value called a 4V sandwich. A W4V sandwich, and guess what? They're jumping on the dragnet, just waiting to be snatched up. And I even shared with them this FBI report, and they told me, this is a group of them now, about 15 of them, and they told me, well, but we don't have to do it David's way. This is a lot easier. And I said, are you too stupid to read? The FBI is telling you what they're going to do to you.
Where can we get this document?
It's posted on the channel.
FBI, it showed up.
It's other documents, Telegram, desk, it's FBI sovereign citizen. Just go to the search and type FBI and bam, it pops right up. And I shared it with them. I said, read this. Well, the W4V sandwich and the 1099. I said, did you read the report? Well, yeah, but we're not doing it quite that way. I'm like, what, are you using a different color crayon or something? You see, it's the same picture. It doesn't matter what color crayon you use. No, I'm not giving you the microphone. So you see, even, it's like that picture I had up day one. There's an easy path, and a whole bunch of people are taking it because it's easy, and then there's the right path, which is a little more difficult, requires that you read and study. One's going to lead you to a cliff. It's a pair of handcuffs in a jail cell. And the other one's going to lead you to the top of the mountain where you're the king, once again. You get to decide which one of those two paths you're going to take. Okay? So when I shared this with them, and I said, okay, different color crayon, but it's the same picture. Well, but we think we got all the bugs worked out. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to follow the guy that's been doing it for 35 years and didn't wind up in jail. You can follow the one that found out about it 18 months ago and is on this quick path to going to prison. They just knew about it 18 months ago, and they found this new great way because they watched a couple YouTube videos, and now they're the expert. You see, I'm being taught by a guy that's been free for 35 years. And I only wish I could share with you the true history of what and who David Lester Strait is, but I can't. All I can tell you is this: I lived in the same house under the same roof for 24 hours a day, never left each other's side. I was with David Lester Strait and his wife for 14 days. He handed my wife and I his laptop, and he said, "Don't hurt me with this." And we had that laptop for 3 days. I know who he is. There's someone else in this room that knows exactly who he is and what he does for women and children to save and rescue them. And that was the first one that told me over a year ago who David Lester Strait was. And I've talked to people that served with him at the White House. And I talked to people who were in Grenada with him, his commanding officers, people that he has recruited for, people that were around him as he grew up over the last 35 years. So what I know about David Lester Strait has been evinced by his actions and people I've talked to. I've talked to women at seminars that are in their 30s now, that are in their late 20s now, that David was part of the team that rescued them from the dungeon. The first time David told me about evil was in South Dakota. And he said, "Bobby," he says, "you'll never know what evil is until you've rescued a 12-year-old girl from a dungeon. But from the time she started menstruating, started having babies, and those babies were taken and used for evil, and that little 12-year-old girl's never seen the light of day, never felt the warmth of the sun on her face, never felt the raindrop on her cheek, never had the grass between her toes, never felt sand between her toes, never had a loving touch from the mother, never felt the security of a father's hug, but was treated as a thing." He said, "You won't know what evil is until you rescue a few like that." This is why I do what I do, he says. And I've met women that they are now women that he saved from that hell pit. So anyone that wants to speak badly of David Lester Strait can take that message straight to hell with them. I know who he is. I have no doubt about who he is and what drives him. Is he an imperfect man? Yes. Does he make mistakes? Yes.
We're all imperfect.
We're all imperfect. Okay? I'm a recovered crack addict. I've been divorced twice before. I've been rich and I've been living in a van, homeless. We all have crosses to bear. And we have to allow people to carry those crosses and those burdens the best way that they can. So I know who David Strait is, not from his mouth, but from his deeds that he's done in his lifetime, as told to me by other people than him. I've had meetings with people with David that are above country that would blow your mind. I've seen a glimpse of what future is to come. And believe me, we have but to step forward and make it happen. When we stand, all the things that are going to happen.
We are standing.
I know you are, but there's not enough of us, huh? Self-discipline. So last night at dinner, I shared with some folks some pictures of some things that are to come. And what is coming is glorious. And we have about 7 to 10 years to stand up these republics. We have to build the infrastructure to restart the republics. And you are all part of that. We don't have time to rewrite our founding parchments. We only have to accept them, learn about them, what they mean, what the founders went through to give them to us, and then breathe life back into them and restart our republics. And that's the infrastructure for what's to come. When President Trump told you the best is yet to come and he will be back, he meant it. And I've seen a small glimpse of that. Holy cow. And thank each and every one of you for standing, because we are the new founders of our republic. We are the new refounders. We are the new refounding generation, each and every one of you for being here. So let's take a break for lunch. Thank you all for being here. I can't wait till after lunch. I've got some pretty great things we're going to talk about after lunch that I've been saving for the end of the day. One thing is, as Cindy said yesterday, thank you. As Cindy said yesterday, if you're going to get lunch, please eat it outside the building. Don't bring it in. It's just their policy. It's a private member building, and they get to make the rules. We are their guests. All right. Thank you all. We'll see you after lunch. Take about an hour.
Thank you for putting on this event. Oh, of course. My pleasure. Would it be possible to make yeah, give me 1 second.
But you know, it reminded me of what you said. You were talking about the house yesterday. Like, I don't understand how these people get here. They're actually, it's like, it's kind of like it's like the first 4 months or so, you're just and then all of a sudden, after a while, because you look down, it's like, actually, and you're not like really super. It's not, I'm not just trying to watch my fingers move to the next level. And I think that's what we talk about the houses. It's like, yeah, you just trudge through it for a while. There's some layers of it, but all I did play piano for college. I wish I played piano. I wanted to get into it, but I had to do it. I was taking that time. I was taking
All right, you guys ready to get started? Call to order. No. Time to start. We only have a few more hours, so we're going to get this party started again. So before we get back into it, I have a couple of people who want to talk really briefly about a project that they're working on that can help bring us all together, because it is important that as a community, as a group, we need to work together for this purpose. Crystal and Lisa, you guys want to come up and say a few moments? Say a few moments. Say a few things. I'm all right. Hi. How's everybody doing this afternoon? Good.
Hi, Crystal.
Hi. If you're from California, raise your hand. If you love the Republic, keep your hand up. Okay, perfect. We want to restore our republic, right? But we have to learn how to be ASNs first, correct?
And where do we go to do that?
Well, we're going to talk about that. Study the channel. Study the channel. Isn't that what Bobby tells us to do? Is to study the channel, right? Well, we have a wonderful companion to that channel, along with the State National US site. Lisa and I and Anthony have put together a study guide in university, and we would love to share with all of you. Lisa built this, so I'm going to let her talk about it a little bit, and then we'll go from there.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal. How many people are on the study guide? How many people are getting value out of the study guide? What is the value you get from it?
Clear
Easy.
instruction.
Clarity.
Community.
Templates.
California Center.
Document. Report.
So at the break, I was speaking to Scott about the statenational.us site. We have an entire nation of millions of people that we need to help organize what we're doing. And they need to gain the knowledge and to do it, not only what Bobby talks about, which is you gotta change your thinking. You gotta hold those thoughts. I can recite something, I get it, 10 minutes later, I lose it. I have to practice it. We have to become fluent in this language of freedom. And it's not a spectator sport. We cannot do this alone. Part of the lies we've been taught, don't talk about politics, don't talk about religion, and be independent. This is one time in our life, we need to have discernment, but we do not need to be independent. We need to be we the people. This is an incredible place where we do it. We come together in events, we come together in groups, and it's private. Telegram is a public platform. Telegram could go down any day, any minute. We could get deplatformed. Telegram depresses comments. It may be a white hat operation, I don't know. But we reached out to Bobby. It was divine intervention, I swear to you. 3 of us didn't know each other. And just about the same time in February, we all reached out to Bobby saying, we have an idea to help you. We want to do this. And Bobby actually, he goes, I haven't had a break. I need to talk to you. This is important. I don't have time, but I need to talk to you. And we tried to talk, couldn't do it. And I just said, all right, I got to figure out how to do it. And I'd love to sit here and say I did this for myself, that I'm so altruistic. I didn't do it for myself, but I did it for all of you. But it's a lie. I did it for myself because I was overwhelmed. And I had searching fatigue that was getting in my way. And I was struggling. I was feeling like I was drinking from a firehouse. And choking.
Firehouse of freedom, baby!
Yeah, firehouse of freedom. But the other problem I was having is that my husband is telling me I'm going to jail and they're going to come and take all of our computers away. And I got to stop. And he's shaking and freaking out. And I said,
And you're still married?
I'm in a new thing called a mixed marriage. And we live in peace and harmony. And I am 100% transparent. We have meetings in the platform, the study guide, every night. And he's over in the background going, baby, you went past the X Files, you're in the Z Files. You are so far beyond, like aliens are gonna show up on our balcony before you're gonna get away with this. I said,
Oh, just wait until.
they're coming! They're coming, don't you worry.
He does know.
He knows. But Anthony is teaching these amazing courses about how what happened in 1776. You're clapping because you're coming to these classes. He is a genius. And you know what his nickname is? Shorty. It's a shorty. So I'm gonna let Shorty tell you about the classes that he's teaching. I'm gonna have Crystal tell you about the classes she's teaching. And I'm gonna take a study the channel.
So again, thank you everyone for your time. I know everyone's time is precious and I'm gonna keep repeating that. You guys are all amazing. Thank you for being here. Thank you for standing up. I would like to give a round of applause to the people that put this on and Bobby because for this gentleman like Dave, people like Kirk Pendergrass and a lot of these people that stood up for us and were fighting for us while we were all asleep, we wouldn't be here. And I feel like that's our goal, is to fight for the people that are still sleeping. There was people that did it for us while we were asleep, And now it's time for us to fight for all those that are asleep and try to wake them up. And it's, you know, we have to start thinking on how we're going to participate in this great awakening, right? Because it's not if we're going to participate, right? Because some of us are still on the fence, like, oh, do I want to do this? Do I not want to do this? You know, am I going to take the leap? We have no choice. You're going to participate whether you like it or not. And that's evil telling us that, right? It's not me standing up here and saying, you're going to participate. How many of us here got to participate on the lockdowns? Right? How many of us got to participate on who put on a mask? They didn't give us a choice. I didn't get a choice. And how many of us got the option to participate on taking the vaccine, right? They're giving none of us a choice. They didn't come up to us and say, oh, here, you can take this if you like. It's still experimental, so we're going to give you a choice. They gave no one a choice. So ask yourself that question. How are you going to participate? Because it's not if, but how. Everyone's going to participate. And it's up to you if you want to go kicking and screaming. If they're going to come drag you, they're going to come drag your kids, and then that's when you're going to choose to participate. Or if you're going to make the step now when we're all together here in the comfort of this AC and have a great teacher right before us and have great people helping us out here. So it's up to you how and when you want to participate. I'm going to do my best. I've studied a lot of Bobby's channel. I study a lot of David's work. I've literally watched the Utah videos and Bobby's videos and all these over and over and over and over again. And all the information that I got, I'm trying to condense it as much as possible to teach everyone as most efficient as I can in a quickly and timely manner. Because I know all of us are very busy, and we are doing these podcasts so you guys can listen to them on the drive home so you don't have an excuse. I don't have enough time, right? That's everyone's excuse. I don't have enough time to study. I can't read. I'm always on the road. I'm a truck driver. I drive 14 hours a day. So that's when I do most of my studying. I'll put on a YouTube video. I'll put on an audio book. I'll put one of Bobby's lives. I'll put one of David's videos, and that's how I do my studying. So again, how are you going to participate? Ask yourself that question. Thank you,
So, how many of y'all went to high school? How many of y'all had U.S. history classes? How many of y'all had government? How many of you remember what you learned? Okay. Most of us don't. We don't remember. Most of us in high school are like, I just need to graduate. That's all I care about. Where am I going this weekend? I hate this class. Yes. I am a high school history teacher. I get that a lot. Because history is boring, right? It's a bunch of dead people that, did something way back in the past, and how does it relate to me today? Well, on our university, we connect those dots. We make sure that we understand how those documents from 250 years ago relate to us today. And those are the things that I am doing when on the university, is I am making those connections. So we host classes almost every single day. I think the only day we don't have classes on Friday. We are doubling up and maybe even tripling up classes during the week so that we meet the time frame for everybody throughout the nation. Because this isn't a California thing. This is a nation thing. We have people from Indiana, Missouri, Minnesota, Texas, who are getting on our platform, who are learning and educating themselves. And so it's really important that we provide content throughout the day, not just at night, because if it's 6 o'clock here, well, then it's 9 o'clock on the East Coast, So we need something that is conducive to their time zones as well. So we're gonna start doing more of those. But one of the things is making those connections to who we are today and how does it translate and how can we stand on it. And that's what Anthony is doing, is he is taking those documents and showing us how we can stand on them from a legal aspect. And I'm teaching you what they are and how they relate to us. Lisa is doing some IRS documents.
We have, we're staying in honor with how Bobby and David have gated the different information. So we have level 1 and we have level 2, and we're going to keep in honor with that. So once you have progressed, because we don't want to hold the information from anybody, we just don't want to confuse it. We don't want you to get in trouble and do something you're going to have to redo. So we started an ASN is a legal non-taxpayer course, which we were reading Cracking the Code, and now we're going into 0%. And then we have Shayna, who you met earlier today, is going to start doing the UCC codes, and we're putting together a course for that. And then we have level 2, everything you want to know about level 2. Tia's working with us on trusts. We're going to be building that out. The MSO guys are going to do something. We have the Wolf. Does anybody know who the Wolf is? The Wolf, we have an incredibly generous woman who contributed to have him come and give us a meeting and a course and talk about what you can learn from him. No problem. So there's a lot to glean, and we welcome anybody there, no matter where you're at. If you're feeling like you're drinking from the fire hose and you need just a self-guided or a hand on how to do this, where to start, we can give that to you. Every single document that Mr. Lawrence has put into Telegram, we have renamed what the document would be searched. So you can go in and you can go to our Dropbox and you can search petition, and what he showed us yesterday is going to pop up. Or you can search the Supreme Court case. One night I was talking to T, and Bobby's in the background. He's like, you know, Bobby, do you have this on there? Do you have that on there? Do you have it the right name? Do you have this? Do you have that? I'm like, yeah. Shit. I don't know. Do I do it? But I went back and I made sure we have everything. And we have Fred Crypto Fred, who goes in every day and pulls the new documents, renames them, and loads them to the Dropbox. So it's easily searchable. So we're reducing the searching fatigue. I'm not saying don't go to the channel. I'm saying study the channel. Study the channel. You have a choice to study it with us.
Where can they find it?
Okay.
Where can they find the study guide at university?
Here is a QR code you can scan. We have business cards we can give you. You can scan microphones.
You can grab your business card. You can scan this QR code here. We're probably going to connect with the state US site, so you're going to be able to get to us from there, just like you can get to them. We're all in it together. There's no competition here. We're offering different things. And I love you guys. I'm glad we're here together.
You know Ben's chomping.
Okay, so make sure that you guys.
Okay, I'm Fred, and I just wanted to introduce you to our channel. We have a Telegram channel called the California Republic. Hold that up to your mouth. If you haven't gotten into the California Republic yet, jump on. We just passed 300 people there. What we're doing there is we're also moving people into counties. Our goal is to start forming county groups and state groups that we can start creating common law grand juries. So we're trying to organize this thing as best we can. It's called the California Republic. All we ask is that you go onto Bobby's channel, you work through there. These people are all there, and they're all there to help you out as you have questions. Now, we always say the same thing first. Read the channel. And once you've done that, write down the questions you have and come back and talk to us. And we're finding an awful lot of success there. People are coming to us saying, okay, we like what you're doing. We like how we're getting help here. And the people are knowledgeable. We have a great bunch of admins where we call people different things. Bobby's on there. A number of the admins that are on Bobby's other chats are there with us, working with us, and trying to make sure we keep it going. Our admins work really hard. There's usually at least one that's on the channel at any one given time. So we'd like to invite you on. There's a list on Bobby's main channels, and if you look down on it, there's 2 California channels. Ours is the Republic, and that's the one you're looking for. So we'd like to invite you to come on down. Yeah, you got a question? There's an ASN channel as well. They only have, I think, 3 or 4 admins on that.
It's California Republic.
It's called California Republic ASN, yes. Okay, so That's the one I created, and Anthony's gonna be taking it over real soon. I'm moving out of the state, so, but we're all Californians, and we're all working very hard to take this state and rebuild this republic. So we want your help. Oh, we have a Thursday meeting, every Thursday, 6:30, we come on live. It usually, we started off at like expecting to be an hour. It's sometimes 2.5 hours, because what we do is we have each one of these people present something and talk about something. They come on camera, they talk about what's going on, and then after that, we open it up to questions. And so that's when you get your questions answered. Sometimes we can answer, but I've not heard a question not answered recently.
Or we tell you we don't know and we find the answer and we get back to you.
Now the channel is limited to level 1. If you've got questions in level 1, then great. But we also handle things like California has a little different birth certificate process. And that took an awful lot of working out to try to figure out how that works. We've also got other situations like dealing with the DMV and the Franchise Tax Board. This is where you're going to get those answers. But again, we're going to want to try to separate people into counties. San Diego County has over 20 people. Chris, are you around? Can you stand up? Chris is running San Diego County. Each one of those people will be there to help you out as you separate into counties. And again, the goal is for us to bring back California and it become a republic again. So thanks for being here. Bobby, great. But it is not a Zoom meeting. We're using the actual Telegram facilities to do it. So when you go on, you'll be hushed up. You won't be able to talk. What you do is there's a button there that says, I'm raising my hands to talk. Once you raise your hand, as we can get to you, we'll call you and then we'll unlock you and let you be able to talk. And then we usually will answer the questions. We usually have at least 4 of the admins that are on that are ready to talk to you. I'm going to another state, but I'm still going to be there. This is a labor of love. Everyone that's on there is volunteers. We're volunteering to help out, and we're volunteering because we all want you to succeed. And so that's why we're there. So we're welcoming you there and actually hoping that you come on. There's a lot of people on. Pass it around to your friends. But the first thing we do is we make sure you're not a bot. You answer a question, and then as soon as we determine you're not a bot, then we send you right to Bobby's channel and say, okay, start your process, start working on it. And then once you do that, then you're right back with us. And so there's an awful lot going on in there right now. It's a busy channel. So come on down, work with us, and yeah, question back there. It's the California Republic ASN. Look for it on the list of Bobby's state channels in his various chats. You have a question?
I do. I actually was in California for about 35 years and recently moved back to Oregon, which is an
Okay.
state. I'm really impressed with what you all have to say. Question to you is, are you at some point will be planning to work with other states to develop some sort of a blueprint so that there's consistency among all the states doing the same thing? I mean, this sounds phenomenal.
One of the things I did building the platform was created groups. And I spoke to Tia about how we can bring the groups in that are standing up their republics to meet in a private space. So Iowas come in and they have their own group. California has their own group. Arizona's contacted us to create a group. And there are several others. Is it going to work this way? I'm not sure. But the foundational information that affects us as a nation is there. What we are going to do for each of our republics is going to be independent. And one of the things I'm wondering is how many people here would be willing to attend a 2-day seminar with Bobby to stand up the Republic of California? Because we're on a dual trajectory of becoming ASNs, understanding and gaining the knowledge to do that, but also to stand up our republics. And in order to do it and to do it correctly, we have to be ASNs and we have to impanel a grand jury. And there are other things that we need to do. And in order to do it, I need Mr. Lawrence to agree to our invitation whether we come together in person or perhaps we consider doing it through a Zoom meeting and we attend that way. Never mind. I didn't even have to give up one of my questions. You know when you phone a friend? I got my answer. So we got to do it in person. But we need to.
In people.
Just seeing if you're paying attention. So, we got to come together. We hopefully can come together soon because his schedule is busy because the state of California is falling off the cliff. So we don't have a lot of time, but we need the numbers. So one of the things that Cindy very kindly did is she created that QR code that's on the table, asking where everybody is. It's a questionnaire. Where do you domicile? And where are you in the process? Because we don't know the numbers. We need to know how many ASNs we have. Because if we have enough, and we can impanel the grand jury, and we can also elect some of the other people that we need, which I'm not going to go through all of them. It's not too many, but it's enough. We need enough people to do this. And then we can start doing it on the county levels. And it's critical for us to find out what counties everybody's in. Because then we have our pettit courts. And all of this stuff that we're talking about here has to come together on a local level. So please fill out that questionnaire. We promise we're not going to do anything with it. We're not going to bombard you.
Let me just say, I respect the privacy of every person in this room and any person that is pursuing this path because I understand what it's like to be targeted, and I will never, you have my sacred oath that I will never ever violate that. So when you fill out that questionnaire, the only people that it will be shared with are these people sitting right here. I don't sell your information. I don't use it for anything other than what you have authorized it to be used for. That is important to me. My integrity means a lot to me. So I know sometimes people are like, why do you need my information? We need the information because if we don't have that, we can't reach you. We can't reach you, we can't do this. We can't do this, we fail. It's that simple. So if you haven't filled out the questionnaire, I cannot impress upon you how important it is that we are connected, that we are one. And I just want you to know that I will not violate that the information will go only to Lisa and Crystal and to Bobby and Tia. That's it. So I think that's it. So
I also just want to remind all of you guys how important it is in this process to breathe, especially because, like Bobby showed us, they are attacking us on a cellular level. It is very, very important that you get outside, barefoot, ground. There is something called molecular active hydrogen that the earth is emitting at all times, and it can actually anti-age, anti-inflame. It goes after the free radicals in your body and it turns them into water. Getting to the beach, getting to just taking your shoes off, going outside, making sure you breathe. If you're able to breathe and it's not able to get down to your belly, it means there's inflammation. There's things that are stuck in your lungs where your breath is not able to fully ground you, and that can stress you out. There's a lot of cortisol going on, and so it's really important to breathe, okay? So that's what I
Can I just say, she's about 85 years old.
All right, thank you guys so much. You have a question, right?
Guys, do not wear sunscreen.
Yes.
And do not wear sunglasses.
So everything that you have been taught, all of the food, everything that you have been taught is medical. It's all a lie to poison you. It's all a lie to poison you. We were just talking about this on the break. So I just want to impress upon you, when you watch the news, what they are doing is they are poisoning your mind. They are intentionally creating fear. Fear creates your vibration. It lowers your vibration. When you operate from a place of fear, the negative sources, the negative entities that do exist in this world, in this universe, operate. They energize themselves. It's called loosh. That negative energy, when you have this feeling of fear, of uncertainty, of not knowing who you are, when you operate in a lower vibration, that is how evil wins. Turn off your news. It is literally meant to scare you. When was the last time you saw anything good on the news? It's not.
Television, it's programming, telling you what to do and what to think. Operate at a higher vibrational level and we will succeed. It is a spiritual level, it is a spiritual war. A lot of people don't believe in that. It doesn't matter what you believe. It's real. It's real. Ground. Emit that, transmute that negative energy. Believe and connect to source. You have that power within you. I'm not trying to get into a metaphysical, holistic speech right now, but it's real. Operate at a higher vibration. Do not allow yourselves to operate down here. It will literally save your life. I speak from experience. Before we get into going back to Bobby, there's somebody here, we were talking about David earlier, and we're talking about integrity, and we're talking about how we, about people who are influential in this movement, who we look to, who we respect, who we can trust. And a lot of times we have others in our ears who don't necessarily know the truth, who try to divide this movement. People will try to divide you. And I'm just going to say this before I call the speaker up. What you choose to believe as an individual spirit, and I use those words very carefully, I shouldn't say individual, it's spirit, spiritual being, as one, as a spiritual entity is up to you. You have everything you need at your fingertips. You should never rely 100% on anyone, not me, not Bobby, not David. You are responsible to the soul contract that you agreed to before you came here, period. You need to make a decision as to what you're going to believe based on what you believe is true. To that point, when people try to divide us, it doesn't help us. So I want to bring up this speaker who can actually speak to who David is, who knows him very well, on a very personal level, and she can attest to his character. Come on up. We're a mess up here.
Hi, my name is Marcella Crandall, and I prefer to be behind the scenes, but I just felt the Holy Spirit kind of leading for me to share a little bit about my story. I am the one in the back that's promoting the 7K medals for David Strait and Bobby and now Ben Barlow. But I just wanted to share a little bit about how I met David Strait. And I apologize, it's a very difficult story, but I think it's important. I just want to give you a little bit of it. But I lost custody of my 3 children by family court based on accusations. After my 3-year-old daughter told me she was being sexually abused by her father. I spent everything I had with my background in a commercial real estate development. I'm a doer. It's like if I can't find the answer, I just keep going until I do. But I spent 3 years spinning my wheels in a corrupt family court and spent over $300,000, everything I had, trying to fight for my children. They tried to kill me on several occasions. I knew nothing about what was going on, didn't really know the cabal existed, but just knew I was being like gang stalked by a group of people, which turned out to be Freemasons. I had parents that didn't believe a father could do that to their own children, no family support whatsoever. And I'd gone everywhere. I'd gone to the Attorney General, to the FBI. I had evidence. I was placed on supervised visits, and my little girls were coming into the supervised visits, unable to sit. They couldn't even sit down because they were being sexually abused. The littlest one was 12 months old. Bruises all over her face. Everything's well documented. About 6 months into me being placed on supervised visits, the supervisors were so disturbed of my daughter's behavior that they tried to testify in a family court. I had to pay them to testify to get them there, and the judge blocked their testimony. They wouldn't testify. Couldn't testify. So long story short, I did everything I knew how to do, and then I found David Strait on YouTube and started studying the law. So I think those videos should come with a warning label because I kind of thought that once you called out your family court for treason, your judge 3 times, that the military would come and swoop them up. Well, that didn't happen. Sorry, it's just really hard to talk about. I'm gonna wrap it up.
No, you talk, you talk. I'm here to support you.
So basically, when there was nowhere else to turn, and I had paid $40,000 for my 6th attorney that I knew was in a clique. I had no idea that it was a cabal, but I knew I had one in the clique. I had my head down. I was just doing everything I could to make money to pay $450 an hour for an attorney. 10 days before my trial, didn't have a trial whatsoever. My own attorney canceled my trial. So I've never been actually proven to be an unfit mother, none of that. But basically, how I met David Straight was right before that trial and preparing for it, they started yet another gas leak in a different house that I lived in. And they blew up my MacBook Pro as I was preparing for court. And so I just said, I have to do something different. They're going to kill me. This is before I called out the court for treason. And so I had a friend that by looking up Facebook, are there any other mothers that are going through this story? A guy named David Jose got me in touch with David Straight. So out of all the mothers that tried to reach him, somehow God sent me David. And I remember when David showed up at my door, he was just like, there was like a glow about him. He was just glowing. And he said, okay, the first thing we have to do is we have to know your enemy. So we started just taking pictures of everybody that we thought was involved on a blank wall. And there was a lot of people. And we did an affidavit of truth and facts, everything I could prove, everything the attorneys told me to leave out of my case, all the evidence that was blocked by the judge. And he just looked at it and he says, oh my God, there's so much here. There's enough to prosecute him, your ex, and most of his family for human trafficking. He says, I work on a task force. I've been appointed by Melania Trump. It's a behind the scenes task force. We're not connected to the government intentionally because we can't do what we need to do if we were. And, but let's get this in front of the Pentagon. So, but I had this family court trial. We're basically setting up the family court so I could take it to a federal court, hoping there'd be some kind of remedy, but then it just kind of, there was just so much evidence there. So he came back, drove back a second time on January 8th of 2020. And the night before, we were up late trying to prepare my court documents to set up this family court. And literally someone tried to break into my house and David chased them off my property with a gun. And then the next morning, so we were up all night. I was terrified the whole night. So I had set up him in my master bedroom. And then I had brought a little mattress in for one of my girls' room and slept right beside him, just terrified. This had been going on for so long. So the next morning, we're both exhausted, but we were wanting to go and call up this family court. We were literally followed by a gang of people, at least 8 to 10. One of the men at the family court actually sent David child pornography on his phone. And that's where we both kind of knew this gang of people. I've never felt evil quite like this, that this was connected to something so much bigger than just my ex. So after my hearing, which the judge completely ignored everything that David was trying to say as far as I'm a third party and these girls are being sexually abused, he threw us out the courtroom, wouldn't hear it. David said, you're not safe here. So David took me to Bend, Oregon, where he lived at the time. And he raised money to keep me in hiding. He flew in investigators on his behind the scenes task force. One in particular that has since revealed himself to be controlled opposition, but God protected me the whole time. And we proceeded to work and just investigate who the players were. And in investigating my ex, them showing me a couple of tools, we found out that my ex was not just a police officer, but that he was connected to the top of the CIA. We did the history on just how this even was, and it turns out that there was the former director of the CIA in Jerusalem started a human trafficking ring in 1931. His name is William Casey. The most sophisticated human trafficking ring. And he passed it over to a guy named J. Scott Greer, an attorney in the 1980s. My ex had 3 corporations with that J. Scott Greer. One being Wild Child Entertainment. So at that point, I knew this, I knew that they were trying to kill me and they were being abused. I had no idea that this was human trafficking the way it was. So David and I worked tirelessly together to and I started a flow chart. God said, just start a flow chart. Never done a flow chart. Just trying to connect the players of the case. And so once we had enough together to kind of just show this was human trafficking, we went to some of his trusted military contacts, and he actually gave me a gun, and he said, at this level, I don't even know who we can trust. And he said, you're just gonna be my backup. So he literally risked his life to help me present this to the military to get help for my children. And we presented it to his military contacts. I was terrified, but you're gonna do anything you can to fight for your kids. And basically, after we presented it, I was told that the military was gonna bring out my children. It was just gonna take a little bit of time to form a plan. But then people started dying. The Auburn mayor, or the mayor of my county in California, Auburn, California, was killed in a mysterious plane crash. So we presented it to the military in February. He was killed in March. In April, I live in a city where you don't really hear about a lot of crime. There was a murder-suicide of a federal prosecutor and his wife. The wife owned an adoption agency, trafficking children, turns out. The first person before I met David Straight presented my evidence to, which they found through my email, was mysteriously murdered. So yeah, I mean, there's just been, so basically the guy J. Scott Greer has been picked up and taken to Gitmo, the attorney that took over the the stockings, I see the military all of the time, and I just know that there's gotta be a reason that I don't have my children right now. Like they're taking these people down strategically, but there just has to be a reason why I don't have them at this moment. Because sometimes the military will wink at me, is what I call it. They'll fly around me on the golf course multiple times just to let me know, hey, we're watching you. So I mean, to this day, I'm not able to stay alone at night. I just have like major PTSD, and it's just not worth it. But I just wanted to say that about David, because I think there's a lot of just confusion about who he is, what his intentions are. Like, that's just my story. And I just want to show you just briefly what God did through David on this flow chart, because, yeah. And you can't read it because it's intentional that you can't read it. But basically.
Where is it?
Right here.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Go ahead.
So when I had to go into hiding for about 2 years, ditch all of my technology, and basically God that flow chart that I started in Bend, Oregon, that was just connecting the players to my case, God just started giving me prophetic downloads about who all was involved, and it turned into this.
Wow.
They say that the pressure that we put on them is what helped take down the Bohemian Grove. And yeah, we found all kinds of different things. There's what they call geocities, the opposing council that was just awful to me. She's actually a high priestess in the Satanic Cabal. And they were trafficking children on this little neighborhood, which David at one point drove me to. 40-acre parcels, all kinds of things they were doing underground. So yes, I'm just saying my story is awful, but just know that, I mean, I just have I walk in just so much peace and just confidence, because I know who my Heavenly Father is, right? Like, He's behind this 100%. Like, I'm not that good. This is His story. He's an author and a finisher. He's gonna bring my children home when it's time. Maybe they're warriors, because they had to go through this. And I don't know the med beds, who knows? I just know that they had to happen this way, and I'm forever loyal and grateful for David, because he got nothing out of that. And he was when I had my own father still doesn't believe my kids are being abused. Just can't even talk to some people about abuse. So I apologize if I triggered anyone in this room, but I just wanted you guys to know from my heart that that's why David refers to me as his daughter. We're extremely close, and I don't know. I just know David. That's just my experience with David Straight. So I just wanted you guys to know that.
Thank you for that, Marcella. So you've just seen one little glimpse from one woman out of many that I have talked to about who David Straight is and what he does behind the scenes. And I'll stand face to face with anybody who tries to claim that he's a fraud. And that he's doing this for the money, and that he's doing this for wrong reasons. Because I've talked to too many young ladies that have stories much more graphic than the one you just heard. So, we are in a biblical battle between good and evil, between the Masonic order, the evil corporate court system, the bar association attorneys. You know, this is something that we've got to do right now at this moment in history. It is of a most crucial, serious nature that we the people stand and we throw this evil back to the hell where it belongs.
Amen.
And we're going to do it, aren't we?
Yeah.
Nothing can stop what's coming.
Yes, sir.
Nothing can stop what's coming. However, the more of us that stand, the faster justice will be delivered. So it's imperative that we get more people to send in that AOR. And past the point of sending in that AOR and getting it recorded on the land, getting that passport, hey, everything else after that's a benefit. Because when we send in that AOR, we tell them, no more. No more stealing our children in the night. No more shall mothers be held for fraud as an informant to pledge their sons and daughters to a Federal Reserve note, to the central bankers as reserve, as res, as property, as chattel. No more. No more. No more. And we need many, many people to stand. So I don't care if anyone thinks I'm crazy. I talk about this movement every chance I get to anybody that'll listen. And if they won't stand still, I tell them, now listen, I need you to hear me. You see, you're on a mission. And I think about that, the Blues Brothers movie. I'm on a mission from God.
Hope
I
your
mean, I
theme
just see
song.
the, what's that?
That should be the theme song, Blues Brothers.
Yeah, I just see that movie. There's two guys standing there in their hats and glasses. We're on a mission from God. It really feels like that. So I want to clean up something that I left a false impression upon. Someone back here in the corner earlier before the break, I said, well, I'm in a court case right now and I'm involved in this. And I said, well, it's not a get out of jail free card. You can't do much with it. So a lot of folks assumed that means if you have a record in the court systems, the water court systems, that you can't correct your status. That's not true. What my comment was about is when you are embroiled in a battle in the court system, and one of these pirates have you in front of them, it's very difficult for you to claim that you're a state national, a people, and a party to the Constitution, and you want a common law court, because you've never evinced your intention and your free will over time to become a non-citizen, one of we the people. And it's very difficult for you to have any kind of a standing when you just discovered there was a thing called a state national just a month or two before you went into that courtroom. You see, I've been doing this for 1 year and 8 months, and I'm still learning stuff every single day from just about everyone I come in contact with. You see, this is a change in who you are and what you felt you were to truly becoming a people, a creation of nature and nature's God, and doing good deeds. See, it's a life change. It is truly changing your life and learning how to walk and live and breathe the air of God as a free man or free woman. It's very difficult to do that for some people. So you can, President Trump signed into legislation, the Fresh Start Act. And that means if you have a criminal record, you can start having some of that stuff expunged. But you have to read that, the Fresh Start Act, and find out if it applies to your situation and how you can avail yourself of that once-in-a-lifetime expungement. Even if you are a convicted felon, that does not preclude you from correcting your status. Now, if you owe back child support or if you owe IRS taxes, that may stop you from getting your passport. But there are some folks that have learned how to get around that. And that takes a diligent study of the code, statutes, and ordinances, the Nationality Act and the Criminal Code. All right? You just have to read, find out who went before you on the channel. This is why the channel is so important. Because you can get live feedback on situations, and we have all kinds of chats for all different types of situations, and more than likely someone has gone before you that made the mistakes and did the research, and you have but to ask them for some help, and they'll step forward and they'll help you. All right? So we've got that cleaned up. Let's see what time it is. Let me see. It's after 2:07, so we've got about an hour, maybe two, 3:07, 4:07. We've got about 2 hours. All right, now I promised a bunch of you I'd stamp passports, so let me get a gauge of how many of you have passports. These are new passports, not an old one. These are corrected status passports. How many of you have your new ASN passport? You want me to stamp it? How many of you? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, that's not that big a deal. That won't take 8. That won't take that big a time. That's no problem. Do that in a couple minutes. All right, so now the next question is, where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? All right, so let me see if I can pull up here and get this thing working. I wanted to show you one of the things you're going to need. As this young lady up here, I forget her name, started with an S. Shane, as she talked about it, you need, which when you receive your presentment, so you get a presentment from a court or from any government agency, every government agency, everything that the government sends to you is a presentment. And that presentment, you have what's the banking rules. How many of you know what the banking rules are? The banking rules of 72 hours, right of rescission.
30 days.
72, 30. Is that thing up? There we go. Cool. All right. Let me see if I've got this other thing open. There it is, right there. So, what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to order yourself some stamps. Okay? And these are posted on the channel and in the chats. See, you're going to be taking dominion over the 3 jurists of law, and you're going to be learning how to conduct your business affairs in a proper manner, with intent and with definitive purpose. And the very first stamp that you would use would be the received stamp with the proper color. Everything you get from the government is sent to your vessel, not you, the man or the woman. And as the vessel receives it, you act as the executor for the vessel. And remember how that was? Remember we talked about the 4 iterations of your name? You had the vessel, you had the transmitting utility. What was the other one? The executor, and the last one was your autograph, because you're now a movie star. All right? All right. This handheld microphone's killing me. Evil always finds a way to disrupt progress of good. And today was the microphone. All right, so when you, so you're moving towards becoming sovereign. When you claim that minor estate, you become a sovereign. You've been raptured out of their matrix and you're now sovereign under their legal fiction world. So as a king and as a queen, you have to keep all your business affairs in order. And that means that when you receive a presentment from any government agency, which is really a corporation pretending to be your government, you must stamp it received with a date and time. And then you put your executor on there. And when it says seal, seal is by your hand. You're sealing it by your hand as the executor for the vessel. Now, why is this important that it has a receive stamp on it? Because you have 72 hours to look at that thing and decide if you want to engage in that contract. If you don't, within that 72 hours, you can rescission it under UCC 3-202. Write that down. UCC 3-202. Pursuant to UCC, which is the commercial code, the Unified Commercial Code. You see, everything is commerce, everything is a contract. Government chose to incorporate itself so it could engage in contracts with you through your vessel. So it could tax you and tax things that would not normally be taxed. In other words, take money out of your pocket that it's not due to license back your freedom as a permission. So what happens is when you get something in the mail, that doesn't mean you received it that day that it's put into your mailbox. You might carry it in and put it on your desk or put it on your refrigerator or put it on your kitchen table. And if you don't open that envelope for 4 days or a week or 2 weeks, you haven't received it. It's really been delivered. When you open the envelope and you sit down and you read what's in that envelope and you have now cognized it into your brain and you comprehend it, now you've just received it. After you've read it is when you stamp it. Now you have 72 hours. Now, if it's sent to you registered mail or certified mail, it's when you apply your signature on the green receipt card. You have 72 hours from that time because you've been given notice. It was in your hand. And you put by your hand autograph on there, which means you had it in your possession. So you have 72 hours from that time, and you can rescission it under UCC 3-202. When you rescission it, everything government does is fraud, swindle, acting in dishonor, practicing and pretending under the color of law to be a government agency, because we are in a republic form of government, not a corporation acting and pretending to be government. Where's the articles of incorporation? Where's the shareholders? Where's the bank account at for that corporation? Where's the contract between you and that corporation? Where's the wedding signatures on that contract? What are the 8 components of that contract? None of it has been disclosed to you, has it? Has it? No. Thereby it is fraud and it's swindle, acting in dishonor for practicing or pretending under the color of law to be government. So you can rescission that. Or, if it's something you really want, hopefully it's not a government rebate check or a stimulus check, because you definitely don't want those. Those are traps. Remember, a taxpayer is not a party to the Constitution. A taxpayer cannot be a free man or free woman because you're paying usurper tax. That's what IRS taxes are. They're usurpers. It's just merely a tax that you're paying a tribute to the bondholders, the Crown, the King of England, or the Queen of England, and the Queen of Holland, the Vatican, the central bankers, the IMF, and on and on and on. So when you accept it for trust authorized payment, you accept it, and then you send it on to get it paid. All right? when you authorize it, or you rescission it. Or you rescission it. What happened there? Wow. Okay, whatever. I don't know how that changed, but we'll fix it later. I did, Control Z, it's not working.
Hold down control, hit speed.
I did. It's not working. I don't know. I'm not saving changes. I don't save any changes, so it'll fix itself next time.
It's a PDF.
Yeah, it's a PDF. It won't change it. Okay, so you accept it. Now, if you have your own papers, like you want a letter that you wrote up or an affidavit that you did that you've recorded it and filed it, and you just want to print off a copy of it and send it to someone as a notice. As a state national, as someone who is moving through the process, you can apostille it. Now, this is different than apostillation. This is apostille, which means that you are saying that it is a certified true copy of the original. So when you get an electric bill and you choose to pay it, you keep the original and you send them back a true copy. You apostille the copy. And you always keep the original. Never give up original papers. Once they're sent to you and you receive them, they are yours. And you must keep them for your records. If you give them back the original, guess what? You have no standing. How does anyone know that you didn't change them or alter them? Well, I paid the bill, but I didn't keep a copy of it. Well, no, you should have the original copy. Buy yourself a really good laser color copier printer, and you make a true copy in color of that bill, and that's the one you do business with. The original one, you save that and put it in the records. Never give up the original. So the one that's important is the received, because when you receive it is when the 72-hour clock starts ticking. Everybody got that? So you're going to want to order these. These are posted on the channel, and you can have them made along the same lines. Folks have found stamp makers that can do the multicolored stamps. It's red because it's on the land, and it's in blue because it's a contract. Now, the trust, you can actually do that as the executor, because you're authorizing your trust to pay it. You're the executor. It's blue because it's a contract. Remember, everything that's addressed to your investment is a contract. Okay? Got it? Yeah. Cool deal. Okay, what is this? Title 26, Internal Revenue Code. Let's see here what it is. Construction of titles, arrangement and classification. Look at this where it says about Title 26. So we get a lot of questions about people saying about their Form 56 and they won't recognize my W-8-B-E-N and it's the law, they got to take taxes out of my paycheck and blah, 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 puke, puke, puke. They were trained by a CPA, a certified public accountant. Well, who certified the public accountant? The IRS did. And why are they called public accountants? You want to live in the private. You need someone who's a private accountant. So what does it say about Internal Revenue Code? This is a screenshot right out of their code book. Chapter 2, from Title 26, the Internal Revenue Code. Chapter 80, General Rules. Subsection 78 or 06, construction of title, cross-references, arrangements, and classifications. And it says right here, no inference, implication, or presumption of legislative construct shall be drawn or made by reason of the location or grouping of any particular section or provision or portion of this title, nor shall any table of contents, table of cross-reference, or similar outline, analysis, or descriptive matter relating to the contents of this title be given any legal effect. The preceding sentence also applies to the side notes and ancillary tables contained in the various prints of this act before it is enacted into law. So you see what they're telling you is Right there, it says, wow, it says, right there. The contents of this title be given, nor shall the contents of this title be given any legal effect. No inference, implication, or presumption of legislative construction shall be drawn. That means it wasn't legislated properly. A lot of the IRS code was made up and drawn by the IRS, not you, the people. It's a private corporation, for profit, never incorporated on one of the land of the several states, never even incorporated in Washington, D.C., the District of Columbia. And they're telling you right here in subsection B of 7806 of Title 26 that it's not law. It has no legal effect. It's not a law. It has no legal effect. It barely is a contract. Form 1040 was started by Abraham Lincoln, and it was a gift to government to pay off the war debt. The IRS taxes started out as a gift from the people to pay off the public debt of government. That's what it started as. And then they just continued to make their own little rules and stuff made up. They continued to do SMU on steroids to the point where everybody thinks they're a taxpayer and a U.S. citizen. The 14th Amendment was never properly ratified. I have a congressional report posted right on the channel that says that the 14th Amendment, the U.S. citizen, that 14th Amendment where they took away your rights and gave you privileges and duties and due process of law, civil rights come from the civitas. The civitas is the body politic. How many of you want politicians deciding what your rights are? I don't want those civil rights. They can take them and stick them up their butt. I want my rights come from God. That's what I want. Where he told us to take dominion over the land, the air, and the water. Where the first sentence says, the first sentence of your nation says this, the Declaration of Independence, when in the course of human events, it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them to one another and assume among themselves a separate and equal station to one another, that the laws of nature and nature's God entitle them. Now, a decent respect for the opinions of our fellow men and women compels us to declare that which drives us to the separation. Those are some beautiful words. And how many times do people say the Declaration of Independence, that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal and endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights. They say it wrong, and they often start out with that, and it's not even the first sentence. The power does not reside, yes, that's the proper word, the power does not reside in that second paragraph. The power and dominion over the land, the air, and the water is in the first sentence. How many patriots do you see stand up and say the first sentence of the second paragraph and leave the first one completely out? Why is that? They don't know. You know, I love debating constitutional scholars. When I was doing the movement in 2017, I started the movement to protect, it was called Protect the Vote, Protect Your Vote, defending the Electoral College. And I had all these constitutional scholars step up and tell me I didn't know what the Constitution meant and what that Electoral College was, that it was started for slavery and blah, 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 blah. Yeah. And I said, okay, let's start with 1 + 1 = 2. You know a whole lot about the Constitution, the founding of our country, don't you? Well, of course I do. I'm college educated. I don't know about it. And then I went to school and about it. And I have $120 paid into my education, and I have student loans. You know, and that's what it is. It's all just mumble jumble bullshit. Let's go back to 1 + 1 = 2. I'll engage in your conversation about whether or not the Constitution is valid and that you might know more about it than me. Let's start with 1 + 1 = 2. What's the first paper, the first act of the Continental Congress that separated us from Great Britain? And they don't know. These were college professors that were constitutional scholars. They had no freaking clue about the Lee resolution. They had no clue what the word several meant. Well, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that means there's 13 of them. No, it doesn't. Or what the word liberty is used for, because it wanted liberty from the admiralty rules and liens placed upon them. You see, words are important. We have to know what they are. Yeah.
Liberty with a Y or an I?
How is it written in the Constitution? Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. How is it written in the Declaration of Independence? With a Y.
Why do you ask?
Yeah, why do you ask? In other words, what the hell you want to know that for? What does that got to do with anything?
Well, the seminar that I just did up in Smith River with Marsha Ann.
Yeah.
She was talking about liberty and that we are the liberty.
No, that's not true. See, people, listen, you guys are smart, right?
Yeah, so that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, you guys are smart, right? You have to use discernment. Do I make stuff make sense? I'm asking you again. Do I break it down and make it make sense to you?
Yes.
Do I or not? Okay. If you have to twist what you know is common sense to make what their shit's telling you makes sense, then it doesn't make sense, does it? If you have to twist yourself into 10 different circles like a pretzel to follow them, don't follow them. If they can't lay it out on a nice linear path like I did yesterday and said this is how all this stuff works together, if they can't lay it out and make it make sense and trace that word back to what it meant before the founders used it and then when the founders used it, if they haven't read the Federalist Papers, the Anti-Federalist Papers, if they haven't studied the letters that they wrote to their wives, then they don't know shit from Shinola. They don't know if their assholes drilled or punched. Why the hell would you follow them? So I'm saying this for your discernment. So let's put that hand down. I'm not done. So let's say this for a minute.
If
you don't listen to all the people, you won't have to use discernment.
No, but
Okay?
unless you listen to several people, how are you gonna find your
How are you
way
going to find out? Yeah.
to the people that
So how many dog turds are you going to eat until you find out you don't like them? It doesn't matter if you put butter, ketchup on them, salt, pepper. It doesn't matter if you deep fry them. They all taste like dog turds. And why in the world does a dog eat a cat turd? I'll never know that. You see what I'm saying? When you're talking about shit, let's stop talking about shit. So, seriously, you have to put your friend, though, let's take a walk through history. How did you feel yesterday when we took that walk through history at the beginning of the seminar? Did you feel it?
Yeah.
Did it make sense to you?
Yeah.
Did you understand what they meant by faith in divine providence? We mutually pledge our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor. That was my family that wrote that letter. And how did I find it? By digging and digging and digging and not giving up. So how do I know what the word liberty means? By digging and digging and digging and not giving up, because I want to know.
Yeah, but this is part of the process, and that's why I'm asking.
It is part of the process.
So you listen to several people, and a lot of people.
Listen to
started
several
with-
people,
And then you find your way.
and then you
to people
find
that
one
speak the truth.
that speaks the truth.
So this is part of the journey,
It's
right?
part of the journey. It really is.
Yeah.
You have to try and prove that I'm nuts. When you get tired of beating your head against the wall,
Well, you are a little bit,
yeah, I am a little bit crazy. I'm crazy because I think we can all be free.
Yeah.
And I love all of you, even though I don't have time to love all of you. I do love all of you. Believe me. I wish there were more of me to go around. I wish I had better stamina. but I'm just a man. So let's talk about that word liberty and why there would be confusion over it. Let's walk through history. Walk in the shoes and put yourself in the mind of the people that wrote those beautiful words. So imagine, if you will, that you toil and you break your skin and you bleed. Why are the colors of law? How many of you know what the colors of law are? Land, air, and water. Do you know what the colors of law are and why they're that way? This is important that you know this. Okay? You know why you use blue, red, and ink? Blue, red, purple ink? Well, we're going to find that out. So you got to watch Out of Babylon. You got to watch Bobby Lawrence videos. You got to study up. So we got land. Land. The color of land is red. It is red. That's the ink you use in red. And then we got air. The color of air is purple. And the color of water is what? You should all know this. Why do you have a red and blue light on a cruiser? And why is it purple in the air? Remember, air is a canon, it's ecclesiastic, it's godly, it's biblical, it's for the benefit of another. Why does a soldier get a purple heart? Why does a Marine, when he spills his blood for the benefit of another, get a purple heart?
That's the color of his blood before it was spilled.
That's the color of his blood before it was spilled. And he gave his blood, his ultimate treasure, so that another one does not have to spill their blood. If you look at a vein close to the surface of your skin, mine's purple. Yeah, she wants to take a picture of my leg. So anyhow, mine is purple. If you look, we're having fun, aren't we?
That's fun.
So if you look at your veins, as you look at different parts of your body, you'll see that the ones that are, there's purple ones and there's ones that aren't quite so purple. Purple is for the benefit of another one so that the blood doesn't get spilled of another. It's a purple heart because he gave of his so his fellow soldier didn't have to. He was the one that stormed the machine gun nest so that the rest of them could fight on. They wouldn't have to spill their blood. Why is the land red? The land is red because it is yours. It is your proper titles. It's your effects, your papers, your houses. It's things that you break a sweat for to acquire. And when you clear the land and you build your cabin, you might bleed a little bit as the thorns and the splinters break your skin. And you might sweat a little bit, and that is red because it's cost you something to gain those things, to clear that land, to cut through those thistles and those briar bushes, and fell them trees, and split the logs, and make the door for the cabin that you took your blood, sweat, and tears to build for your family to lay their head in it, and you keep it safe. And you have spilt your blood to create a safe place for your family to lay your head. And the mother spills her blood doing the things that mothers do. And that's why it's red. And blue is the water because water is blue and it's commerce, it's commercial. And water can be washed off the skin and dried. We can throw the water off when we need it or when we don't need it on our skin. But we can drink of the water when it is pure and clean and is right. We can take the water into our body so we can live. We can preserve the blood in our veins for the benefit of another. And we give of our blood freely to acquire things, our houses, our papers, and our effects. These are the colors. And that's why they're there. Does that make sense to everyone?
What would the garden be for, or the farms? Would that be considered?
She's asking me, what would the what?
Like when you put your hands in the soil and.
When you put your hands in the dirt to do what?
Put a seed in there and grow.
To put a seed in there and do what?
grow food,
Well, you put your hands in the water, the air, and the land.
all of them. You need the water
Where does the seed grow?
in the land.
Okay, who eats it?
We the people.
Who feeds you? Do you feed yourself first?
No, and then actually God created the seed, right?
Okay,
So
you're getting too deep into some stuff that doesn't really, I mean, pull back on those reins, darling.
Okay.
Don't get lost in the sauce. All right. So I'm doing that out there because that's the point of it all, okay? Now you can decide if your farm that you have toiled for that has a superior land title to it held in allodium. See, there's no such thing as an allodial title. There's only titles held in allodium. That's a distinction. So you decide when your land has its proper title and the land patent is perfected and brought forward in time and recorded on the land under a proper deed, and it's now in a trust, and you're a farmer and you're growing food for the benefit of another, you decide. But here's the thing. If you don't feed yourself first, how much longer can the farm survive without you being properly nourished? Do you follow me?
Yes.
It's for yourself first. If you don't feed yourself first, and often, you're not going to have energy to plant the seeds. You're not going to have energy to stick your hands in the air and say, oh, God, bless me. You're not going to have the things you need to do the planting and the growing for another. So does that answer your question? No, kind of. You're way too deep.
I think it's purple.
Okay. If it's for the benefit of another and you give it away for free, that's good. It might be purple. You give food away for free?
Yes.
Do you? How much? A meal here and there? Do you give everything away for free?
Not everything.
Yeah, exactly. You got to keep a little bit for yourself, don't you? So where does it go? I don't know. You see, we can talk. When does life begin?
When we decided to come down.
When does life begin?
Oh, come on.
No, I'm serious now. You know what I'm saying? It's an eternal argument. It's an eternal argument, and it all comes from one's perspective. When is an abortion okay? When does life begin?
Conception.
You see what I'm saying? We all have our own. You see what I'm saying? We can go down the route. We can spend the whole weekend just discussing whether a farm belongs under the air or the water, or the air or the land, because it needs water to grow. So maybe we should do it in the water. Okay, enough of that bullshit. All right. So now, what was I saying, and why did I go under the color?
We're talking about liberty.
Liberty. So think about this. The king had to send his troops in a boat, a ship, on the water, and then the water, they dragged the water up onto the land, because on the land, these people it's contracts. It's liens placed upon their hoofed animals in the place where they lay their heads. Go look up and find, darling, the tax records from your ancestors. Your family was on the land before 1776, right? They weren't? How about yours? Yeah.
Oh,
Yours weren't? Just a simple question, yes or no?
Her family's still in Norway.
Her family's still in Norway. Okay, so anyhow, my family was here prior to 1776. It came here in 1723, and I was able to find my land records of my grandfathers. And I was able to find where they were taxed as a single man having no property just for being alive. And they had to pay a tax every year of 10. And what 10 what? I don't know if it was 10 pounds sterling, if it was 10 shillings, if it was 10 pieces of 8. I don't know. All I know is it was 10, whatever. Maybe it was 10 shillings. I don't know. It didn't say that. And then when they got married, and then they created a covenant, because there was no such thing as marriage back then. They had covenants. There was no marriage license back then. So then they had a union with their wife, and then they got a hoofed animal, be it a horse and a cow and a pig, and they had some bullets running around, some chickens. Okay? They were taxed on the hoofed animals, so much for a horse, so much for a cow, so much for a pig. Okay? Sweet. They were taxed so much on that. And it was 12, 15, 12, and something else. Okay? Just for merely having it. And then they taxed all kinds of other things. That was just crazy. And our founding generation thought that that was too much. Hell, everything we do has been taxed 500 times. How many taxes does your refrigerator pay before you buy it? Oh my God, we'll get down. That's 3,600 times your refrigerator was taxed before you bought it. If everything comes from the land, the air, and the water, and it's here before we were born, and it'll be here long after we cease to exist. If everything comes from the land, the air, and the water as a gift from God, why the hell does a refrigerator cost $4,000? Wait till you find out how many times it was taxed. So let's talk about these things, these taxes that were levied. Are taxes of the land? Are taxes of the air? Or are they of the water? Are they contracts based on what you owned? And the king owned everything, and you merely got to use it, including the deer in the woods. And that still happens to today. You see, in Old England, if you went in 1400s on one of the landlords and one of the king's lands and you harvested a deer, well, some bad stuff happened to you. Because you didn't have the king's permission to harvest that deer. You had to pay a tribute to the king. How many of you have ever been deer hunting? Okay. Did you ever buy a deer license, a hunting license and a deer tag?
Yeah.
Guess what? You paid a tribute to the crown to harvest a deer, and you didn't even know it.
Yep.
You see, we're still fighting for our liberty from their commercial law. They're bullshit. You can't go out and fish in the stream and harvest a fish for your family without buying a fishing license. You see, under God's law, you can harvest from the wilderness to feed your family until you're no longer hungry. But some freaking government bar attorney says, oh no, we're going to take that right from you and we're going to give it back to you when you pay us a usurer fee and call it a license, a fishing license. And people say we're free. Dear Lord. Dear Lord, dear Lord. And you don't have the right to travel freely in your private conveyance. You must get a license for that. You must have insurance. You must afford the why? Well, because we got to keep things in order. We got to keep things straight. Did we authorize the government to keep things in order? No. The only thing we authorized the government to do along those lines was ensure domestic tranquility. That means be at peace, do no harm, remain in honor. Doesn't mean they get the right to decide whether or not you travel in your private conveyance. And if you choose to engage in commerce, which is make money with that semi-tractor truck, well, guess what? We did give them the right to regulate commerce. And that's been twisted too, just like the word liberty. You see, we gave the United States, the Union, the ability to regulate commerce from without the Union. That means if we're part of the United, if we are part of the compact, if Pennsylvania and New York are part of the compact in 1789, and they want to trade between those two Union states, government, federal, the United States, the corporation, the United States has no say-so in that. It's only if New York and Pennsylvania want to trade with France, who's not a member of the Union, the compact, the Constitution. But you see, commerce has been twisted by the bar attorneys so that they can reach into the state and steal from you as you trade freely with people. You see, we the people trade freely with one another. We trade things of value for the benefit of who we're trading with. Free trade's what this country was founded on. And then came the Federal Reserve Act And then came the central bankers, and we came up with this dirty, filthy word, an ism called capitalism, where they control you with debt instruments called Federal Reserve notes and negotiable instruments, where you pledge your children as surety for the bonds that underwrite them. And it's called capitalism. One little election away from socialism. You see, freedom doesn't have an ism, does it? So look to the founders, the Admiralty, the King's Law had to go on the water and they drug it onto the land. Why is the high water mark on the highest mountain they could find in Colorado? Because we're all underwater. You know what I'm going to do next year on my bucket list? I'm going to go see my family castle in France. And I'm going to blow that freaking pin out of the ground with a stick of dynamite. Yeah. Because it doesn't belong on the highest mountain in our lower 48 states. It doesn't belong there. It was put there by fraud so that they could hold us under the water. And when you can't make your mortgage payment, your mortgage is under the water. And when you don't make enough money to live, you need bailed out when the court comes and gets you. You have to have somebody bail you out, like you're bailing out the ship. You're underwater. You have no cash flow. And the banks must control the stream of capital. Everything is admiralty and water, marriage, maritime, marinara, mariner sauce. No, I'm not. It's called mariner sauce, not marinara. Why is it called mariner sauce? Now, I got a real good friend that's born and proud Sicilian. And he used to say, there's the Calabrese, the Neapolitans, and the Sicilians. He said, the other two are pussies. He said, the Sicilians sneak up when you look in the eyeball and stab you. The Sicilians are the ones you take serious. And he said, let me tell you something about the gravy and stop calling it the wrong name. He says, it's called mariner sauce for a reason. Because they had these clay casks. And they would put the meat in there, and they'd put the vegetables and the tomatoes and the onions and the green peppers and eggs, even hard-boiled eggs they put in it. And they'd fill that jar, that cask, that clay cask, they would fill it with olive oil. And they'd put it on the ships and go feed the armies. And then the mariners, they would receive those clay casks back, and they'd have a little bit in the bottom of them. And they found out if they dumped a little bit of the meat together, and they dumped a little bit of the vegetables together, and the tomatoes and that, and they put it in this, and they cooked it, and ooh, it was goodness. Tomatoes, vegetables, and meat. With a little bit of garlic and some olive oil. Yummy, yummy. And that became the mariner sauce. They called it gravy on the land. It was mariner sauce on the water. And we call it marinara. You see, everything is of the water. Everything. The birth canal, the doctor, the docket, the document, banking. It's amazing, isn't it?
It's crazy.
It's amazing. So when they say liberty, they wanted liberty from the ship of state of the king. That's why the word liberty is in there. Now, which comes first, freedom or liberty? Aha, now I got you thinking, don't I? Look up, take out your phone right now and look up liberty and see what it's defined by. Do it right now. Liberty, definition. What's it defined by? Somebody scream it out.
A state of being free without.
A state of being free
in society from oppressive restrictions imposed.
Freedom from so liberty is defined by freedom. So what comes first, freedom or liberty? Freedom comes first. Now look up the word freedom. You see, I'm teaching you how to do research. They didn't teach us this stuff in school. They just told us what the definition was, and we had to puke it back out on the test.
Condition of not being in prison or captured.
Do you see what that is? Now it becomes clear, doesn't it? Now it becomes clear, doesn't it, huh? What's it say? I'm not talking. How do they spell it on the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence? Can you spell with a damn I or a Y? How do you spell it?
Not being controlled by another nation or political power.
Not being controlled, having your free movement. So freedom comes before liberty, doesn't it? So when I was doing this digging up back in 2017, I came up with this sentence. Are you ready for it?
Yep.
It's the most powerful sentence. And it'll put the rest, this I or a Y. Is it a potato or a potato? Is it tomato or tomato? This will put this to rest. You ready?
Yep.
I'll wait till you're done talking. A people, a creation of nature and nature's God, must have freedom of movement and expression in order to engage in liberty from admiralty law. We have to have freedom to engage in the liberties that are defined by the corporations.
Will you say it again?
Okay?
Yeah.
We must have freedom to engage in liberty. We must have freedom first. Freedom of movement and expressing our free will must come first. And then we can have liberty from the corporation's construct. If we're not free to express our free will, to show our intention, then we can't have liberty from their construct. So if you really want to split the hairs, young lady, you're stuck with this word liberty. I don't care what the definition of it is for spelled with an I. That's not how the founders spelled it. If you want to know what they meant by that, stop. Look up the old Oxford English Dictionary. Look that up from 1700s.
Yeah, and I'm asking because I'm trying to learn, and when I'm hearing liberty and liberty, right? Diction is important. Like
It is. So now you're picking on me because I got an accent.
No, I'm not.
Liberty or liberty?
Yeah, I'm asking
Liberty.
so that I can get it clarified.
Girl, I'm talking about liberty. I'm talking about liberty with a Y. I'm talking about liberty as they wrote it down on that thing called that Constitution. That, you know, the thing.
Diction.
And I got it, and I'm not perfect, okay? I gotta go pee right now because you've embarrassed me so bad.
Because I want to know, right?
How's it spelled on the Declaration of Independence?
I know, but then.
Answer my question. How's it spelled?
With why?
With a Y. So why would you look up the definition of it with an I? Help me understand that confusion.
The I one doesn't matter, because it's not on any of the founding paperwork, so there's.
Now stop!
Look at it.
No reason.
I don't give a shit! Did the founders spell it with an I? No. Okay, so you can talk to me at the break, because I genuinely want to know. I genuinely want to know why it says I. Well, you show me at the break. Maybe you'll teach me something. I'm open. No, seriously. You show me at the break. All right, so listen. Enough of that. Okay, let's get back on track. What time is it? Holy cow. It's 2:55. And I really do gotta go pee. Yeah, come here. Can you talk for 10 minutes? Come here and talk for 10 minutes. I gotta go pee. Break? Yeah, after he gets done, we'll take Listen, a short break, because I got a lot of stuff to cover in the last hour.
I thought you had to go pee.
We got to answer. I am going to go pee. And don't you dare follow me in there to check. Let me see.
I think
All right,
that
guys.
is lax.
Get your raffle ticket. Some of these are just little, some of them are big, some of them may not mean much to you, but one of them should mean a lot. A couple of them should mean a lot to you. I'm gonna start off with this one. It's about a $50 value. 00759. Who's lucky? 00759. Come on, look at your ticket. There you go. We got a hat. We need a revolution, but we don't need a revolution war. We need a revolution of paperwork that just inundates them because that is your right to self-determine. A lot of people are like, well, why do I have to do this paperwork? Because you've been trapped in a contract. Because of the fact that you were a little corporation, it traps you into admiralty maritime law. That is the public. By you repudiating your citizenship and you becoming self-determined, you're taking the administrative steps to become self-determined, and you're stepping out of that public and into the private. Now it puts you on a different standing because God created man, which is we the people. Man created government, and those damn bankers and politicians slipped one by us and created the citizen, which put us underneath government rather than us being over government, which is where our spot is to be. So you need to repudiate your citizenship and take your standing back above government, which puts us back into we the people, which now restores your rights, freedoms, and liberties, which now Declaration of Independence applies to us again because it doesn't apply to citizens. The Bill of Rights applies to us again because it doesn't apply to citizens. And now we can hold our politicians and our government accountable through the Constitution, which is what restrains the government. How many of you have been to a protest? How effective was it? 0. You know why? Because they're laughing at us. You stupid little citizens.
I'm getting a complaint from online, no sales online.
It's been fixed.
It's been fixed. So number 1, never give up your integrity. Always be truthful. We've been indoctrinated to think that we have to be so careful with people's feelings so we don't hurt their feelings. That's not your job. It's not your job. The best thing you can do is be honest with people even if it hurts their feelings. You don't need to be mean. Always be honest. Never give up your honor. Being honest. Your integrity is how you would act even when nobody's watching. Always be in integrity, even if it hurts somebody's feelings. You don't have to be mean. Never give up your faith. Faith is like a muscle, guys. If you do not exercise it, it withers. The more you exercise your faith, the more you have connection with God and your Creator, the stronger that voice gets, and the stronger your guidance gets, and the bigger your protection is. And that's important for all of us. As we do that within ourselves, because we must be self-determined, which self-determined means what? Has nothing to do with a group. It has nothing to do with anybody outside of us first. We become self-determined. We are our own community first. We love ourselves first. The biggest problem with what we have in society is people don't love themselves. This is why we have coaches, guys. Right, Cindy?
Yep.
When we love ourselves first, it's like putting our oxygen mask on first, because your ability to love others is predicated upon your ability to love yourself. If you have limited love for yourself, you cannot possibly love anybody else. When you love yourself first, then you have love to give. You can breathe. You can give somebody else your oxygen mask for a little bit, but then you got to put it back on you. But put your own oxygen mask on first. Build your family up. I see so many mothers out there trying so hard that are my same age. And they've been alone for a long time and they think, I don't want a man, I don't need a man. But the problem is they're teaching their young boys how to be men and they're not men. You know how hard that job is to teach young boys how to be a man as a woman? It's not that you can't do it. It's just not your job. Men need to step up. We've abdicated our duty as the males, and we need to step back into that spot and give these females confidence that we will do it right. Now, females, we may not do it exactly how you want us to do it. And we may be heavy-handed when we do it. But it's you females' jobs to support us and back us up and also temper us to be kinder and nicer. Because in the end, we're just warriors. Sometimes we swing the axe a little too heavy. But by learning, instead of chastising us, hey, be a little easier. Maybe next time that wouldn't be so bad if you eased up. And we'll listen to you. But this is back and forth how we have to do this communication between us all as men and women, because divorce and all these other things that are tearing us apart as a family is where we've got to put our energy and our fix. Because when we fix our own family, which is our own little nuclear family, our community, then we can fix those around us and be a beacon of light to them. How many of you know the story between the lighthouse and the tugboat? I've got a harbor out here. I can either run out there to all the ships that are coming in the harbor at night, and I can be a tugboat and tug each one of them back out there away from the rocks. My choice is to be a lighthouse and illuminate the rocks so that they can take themselves away from the rocks. So you can exhaust yourself by being a tugboat and going out and tugging everybody out of their problems, or you can be a lighthouse and illuminate them. But be a lighthouse of your own self and your own family, so that you can be the beacon of hope for they will aspire to follow your lead and be like you. That's creating community. When we all take these steps to be kinder and nicer and moving forward, we can build this community up one family at a time, starting with our own, and then that will become as infectious as society has become, and we can take this whole country back. But it starts with you as one. Then your wife, then your kids. The way to get all this back is they went after our kids once they took us out of the home. We've got to now pull our kids out of their control structure, which is the schools, get them back in the home, teach them the manners and everything that they need to be taught, because they're not learning this in school. These kids can't even hold eye contact. They have social anxiety. That's our problem, not somebody else's problem to fix. That's our responsibility. There's so many good kids out there, but guys, they don't know their heritage. How many of you know your heritage? Deep family heritage. How many of you knew your family heritage before this came along? We should all know our heritage. I don't care what color you are, you should be proud of where you came from. Kids don't know their heritage. They don't know what they're doing. They don't feel like they belong. So how can they have a hope for the future? This is why kids commit suicide. They don't have any faith. They don't have any idea of what the hell am I doing here? And I hear it from them all the time. I'm just sick of doing this. I don't see where we're going with this. That's our problem. We need to fix that. And the only way we're going to fix that is community, and the only way we're going to fix that is shut off the TV. It's important that we do this. Yank them out of the school system.
I just also wanted to share some practical applications of this information. There's a lot of stories shared here. There's a lot of kids' stories, and we're here to write our story. We're not here to keep telling his story, their story, their story. So it's really recommended to look at your own life. What letters are coming to you? If you're in a mortgage, if you're in a contract, if your kids are in a school, then that is something that God is asking from you to do. If you're not in debt, then it's not going to be recommended to go after debtors and creditors, because literally there's not that God-given drive to go after it. If you have something coming to your door, that's what God is asking you to focus on. Do not get bogged down by, oh, you have to do all this, you have to do all that. And the reason why the most practical steps to get to the nationality is, I am someone who did take the time to study all the USCs, to where I got pulled over, got myself into a high-speed chase, was being followed by 5 cops. They brought in a sheriff, and I was able to talk to the sheriff, talk myself down, and walk away.
Because, and do I want to do that for my whole life though? No, I don't want to be like, oh my God, because of UCC, you can't do this, oh, you can't do this. Like, it doesn't work like that, okay? So what you can do is this corporation that has led its way through our reality has also created a passport that if you have it, you can shut them up. You don't necessarily need to know every single UCC and every single code that they created. If you are a self-determination person, why do you have to go to a corporation to self-determine? You don't. But because this corporation, we have let this corporation determine for us for so long, we actually got to take some steps to let them know, hey, actually, I've got my own affairs handled. So the things that they are telling you, that the things that are coming to your door, those are the things that your affairs are not handling. Those are the things, okay? So handle those things, and that will make it a lot easier for you to get to where you want to be. Because we all have our own algorithm, our own, God only speaks to us uniquely, okay? So we all have our own unique way to get to our trust, to get to where we want to go, and that way is present. It's whatever is coming to you. I'm a history major. I was in school for history for 10 years. I literally took a class on history denying. Countries spent years changing their history all over the world, okay? Like, even the creation of Abraham Lincoln setting the slaves free, he created a status, and that status was the race card. And then in 1902, Rockefeller was introduced to re-educate the indigenous, to call them either African American, white, Caucasian, these different separations, these different statuses that people could have, and they're doing the same thing now with the non-binary, with the female, male, the bisexual, this, they're doing the same status separation, okay? So forget all that. Forget all that stuff. Whatever's coming to you, figure out what it is. Find the group chat that's handling that, because you can go to the California ASN, you can go to the Bobby, but find the specific group chat that is handling that, because there are people, like they said, that have taken steps before you. So take those steps. Don't just get bogged down with information, okay? Because his story is that, it's his. It's not yours. Your story is a mystery. It's right in front of you, and you will not know it. Okay, thank you. Sorry.
All right.
You're good.
Thank you.
Cool deal. Cool deal. Thank you. All right, all right. All right, we got an hour. What am I going to talk about for an hour? I ran out of stuff to talk about. Yeah, right. Believe that, I got a bridge to sell. All right, so I had an interesting conversation with this young lady over here. And I was hoping that she would dig into that word. So liberty with an I means we're no longer a slave. And how is the history? And you know what? I'd like you to do something else. That liberty with an I, find out where it came from and find out why the founders on purpose used the why. Because the founders already viewed themselves as free people, not slaves, free men. They didn't think they were slaves that need saved from a construct. They knew that they were already free men and they only needed liberty from the king's admiralty rules. And that's why they used the why, not the I. There was actually a discussion about which words to use, a vigorous discussion. You know, they actually would beat each other with their walking sticks and go to fisticuffs. I mean, that's how passionate they were about what they did when they put those words on that parchment. If you look at the beginning of our nation, they would shoot one another in a duel. That's how passionately they felt about the words they used. So I want to say thank you for being passionate about words. And that word applies to us today because we are slaves. The 13th Amendment, the fraudulent one, allegedly made the slaves free, where we didn't actually need the 13th Amendment that's freed the slaves. All we had to do was recognize that all men are created equal and endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights. And all we had to do was merely recognize through a proclamation that the black man and the black woman were people. And they were endowed by their Creator. We didn't need the 13th Amendment because the Declaration of Independence already said that you were free. The 13th Amendment was fraud perpetrated by Abraham Lincoln and the Bar Association to cover up the original 13th Amendment. The original 13th Amendment was no one can hold public office that's taken an oath to a foreign power or a foreign entity or a foreign thing. It was the Titles of Nobility and Honor Amendment. That means bar attorneys couldn't hold public office. And why did the Bar Association spend $5 million on Abraham Lincoln's presidential campaign? And why did we have 2 presidents at that time in our nation's history? And why was it that Abraham Lincoln thought that he needed to come up with the Lieber codes? And why was it that Abraham Lincoln thought that he needed to be sworn in as the commander-in-chief of the Grand Army of the Republic? Because he wanted to do some shit that wasn't quite right. And he wanted to use the army against the people of this country. Abraham Lincoln should have been hung for treason. And it wasn't about slavery because they were already free. They just never recognized. You see, we as people, we still struggle to live up to the words that are on those parchments. We've never quite gotten there to fulfill the words that are on those parchments. When in the course of human events, look at Black's Law Dictionary and Bouvier's Law Dictionary. The attorneys and the barristers redefined the word human being to be a monster. And now at this point in time in our history, they are changing our DNA with something called an mRNA trial use vaccine. And the Supreme Court told you about it. And they put graphene oxide in their food. They have been since 1999. And they've been putting chemicals in us. And GMO food products, that means they're a genetically modified organic or organism, depending on which definition you look at. And Monsanto is immune from lawsuit for doing harm to us. What the hell? We're living in bizarro land. And there was one of my seminars in the Carolinas. A lady come up, she was shaking like a leaf when I had presented that information from the Supreme Court in the graphene oxide patent on 5G radiation and how it can control us, manipulate our cells in our body. What gives the government the right to think, and these food companies the right to think that they can put stuff in our body that we don't agree to? What gives them the right to think that they can control our body with something called a 5G radiation? Why would government, corporations, why would they think such a thing could even be possible? And now that we know it, why do we allow it? Complacency, apathy, fear, lethargy. Think about that for a minute. We have never, as a people, lived up to those words on those parchments. The original 13th Amendment needs to be restored. We don't even need to restore the original 13th Amendment. Look up Article 10 of the Constitution, the last paragraph. Look it up on your phone right now. Article 10, the Constitution, last paragraph. This is why we don't know what we don't know, and why the Bar Association has taken over our country. They stole our children from us, our lawful money. They stole our land from us, held in allodium. They've stolen everything from us that they could monetize. Give me a second when I pull this up on the computer. Oh, this is the corporation constitution.
Yeah, same, yeah. Oh, number one.
What's that?
Oh, that number.
Number 678. Number 678.
Bingo.
You've got a ticket, 678.
6 by 10 silver peace flags.
Oh, glory.
You're right.
Well, I don't have my constitution on me right now,
I do.
and they've hidden this.
We got it right here.
You got a pocket constitution?
You got a pocket constitution?
Right here, Bob.
Who's got a pocket constitution? All right. Look up Article 10 in that thing. I had one, but I keep giving them away. No, not the 10th Amendment, Article 10.
About treaties?
Article 3, wait a minute. Article 5. Just hang on a second. It's not Article 10, it's Section 10. I forget which article.
Article 1, are you talking about treaties? What are you talking about?
No, where the titles and nobility, they can't hold an office. I have too much in my head and I can't remember which one it
Article
was.
1, Section 10.
Article 1, Section 10?
Yeah.
If any citizen of the United States shall accept, claim, retrieve.
Article 1, Section 10. What does it say? No state shall, without the consent of Congress, lay any, no, that's not
No,
it.
it's right here.
No state shall.
If any citizen of the United States shall accept, claim, receive, or retain.
Here. You got it right there.
If any citizen of the United States shall accept, claim, retrieve, or retain any title of nobility or honor, or shall, without the consent of Congress, accept and retain any present, pension, office, or emolument of any kind, whatever, from any emperor, king, prince, or foreign power, such persons shall cease to be a citizen of the United States and shall be incapable of holding any office of trust or profit under them or either of them. And this is, it's just let's see, the Titles of Nobility Amendment, and that's just what I looked at.
That's the title, that's the Titles of Nobility Amendment. Yep, that's the Titles of Nobility
Article
Amendment.
1, Section 9, clause.
Article 1, Section 9,
That's a foreign emolument.
the Emoluments Clause.
No title of nobility shall be granted by the United States, and no person holding any office or profit or trust under them shall.
Hang on.
It's right here.
Oh, I feel like I'm illiterate.
It's Article 1, Section 9 of Clause 8.
Article 1, Section 9 of Clause
8.
8.
That's what you're looking for. I'm not sure what you're looking
Okay, the Titles of Nobility Clause.
for. Got it? Where they can't hold office.
Yep.
Isn't that everyone that's in Congress and the Senate?
That's everyone in Congress. Article 1, Section 10, Clause 1.
So do we need to buy more road or what?
Yeah.
We need to buy more road?
Okay, so yeah. I gotta find it in here.
Let me try and find it while you're talking.
Yeah, I'm going nuts because I usually can open it up and find it. I don't know what's going on. Evil tries so hard.
I just opened
I
it.
can't find it on here. So anyhow, it's in our Constitution, and she just read it to you. Yes, I think you just read it. Article 1.
Article 1, Section 10.
Article 1, Section 10,
Clause 1.
Clause 1. It's Article 9. Who can find it? Oh, I'm having a little.
I don't know. You changed it. Sorry, it's right here.
Oh, here it is. Article 1, Section 9, Clause 8. Article 1, Section 9, Clause 8. That's why I couldn't find it.
Somebody clicked it, or we accidentally.
That's okay. I must have hit it with my thumb. Okay, under the Constitution for the United States of America, you ready? We don't need to reinstate that original 13th Amendment because the original Constitution still stands. No, let him go. All right, so here we go. Article 1, Section 9, Clause 8. And you can bet I'm never going to go through this again. I'm going to screenshot this. No title of nobility shall be granted by the United States, and no person holding any office of profit or trust under them shall, without the consent of Congress, accept any present. Any present, excuse me.
Gifts, presents.
Yeah, any gifts or presents, present. Emolument, office, or title of any kind whatsoever from any king, prince, or foreign state. So right there you have it. It's in our Constitution that bar attorneys, the British accreditation barristers, having received a title of an esquire, they receive an esquire. How many of you saw attorneys that go by esquire, ESQ? Well, guess what? There's too many of them in our government. There's too many of them that's elected to Congress. There's too many of them that's elected to state houses. There's too many of them elected to school boards. There's too many of them elected as county commissioners. It's unconstitutional for them to even hold office.
Right.
Is there any reason? Is there any doubt whatsoever that these bar attorneys are treasonous? Right there it said it in the Constitution. Let's get some road. Let's impanel. No, seriously, let's follow the rules. Let's follow the rules. Let's stand up our republics and let's tar and feather them and kick them the hell out of our country. And we have to give them a chance to repent. Because everybody deserves a chance to repent. Even President Trump in the Second Declaration of Independence told them that they could keep their wealth and their booty. They could keep their wealth if they left us alone. They could keep their heads and their wealth. Implying that if they did not leave us alone and go away in peace, that they would not get to keep their wealth and their heads. And Marcel has already told you that they started hanging them a long time ago. The people you think are alive are dead, and the people you think are dead are alive, and just wait till it all gets revealed. And yes, I'm tired of waiting just like you are. Because I know things I want to tell you, but I can't tell you because you'll think I'm nuts and you won't be able to look it up. All right, you got a question over here. Yeah, what's your question, hon?
Don't do it, they'll get ignorant. No.
So did Congress consent to them having esquire titles of nobility? Yes, they might have in a treaty. So guess what? Was that act by a Congress of the people, or does it apply to the states? No, it doesn't apply to the states. Congress was never, listen, where does the United States reside? It's in the current title and code. It resides in Washington, D.C., the District of Columbia. The only thing that Congress in Washington, D.C. has power to legislate anything is over the people that live in the District of Columbia. They were never given power and authority over the states. Only those 19 specific things that we told them they could do. and no more. All other powers of the 9th and 10th Amendment were reserved to the states and the people thereof. We never gave them the authority to tell us to put a mask on, to shut down our businesses. And in the Supreme Court case decision that came down, the opinion in June of this year, in the EPA versus West Virginia, they said that all that alphabet soup SMU doesn't apply to the states. They said that the EPA mandates and all the other crap that's going on with all the other alphabet soups, OSHA, and all the other alphabet soups that were not created by we the people. That means the CIA, the FBI, the EPA, the Department of Education, and NIH, and all, I mean, just go on, CDC and all this other crap. It doesn't apply to you. And when I get on an airplane and the pilot says, there's no policy, and the federal government mandate for masks has been lifted. And it's the law. No, it's not the law, you moron. It's not law. It's not law. It never was law. Shall be read. Code statutes, ordinances, mandates, and do not apply. They are not law. They are contracts. You see, only when we know what real law is and what real law is not, can we push it back in the box where it was supposed to be. You see, none of that crap that they do in DC is supposed to apply to us. Only the 19 specific things we told them to do, not the 6,500 government offices that have been created to rule over us as subjects. I see it. What's your statement? Real short, hon.
I just have a question.
Okay, question, good. Short one.
So my question is, how come like this movement is saying that we have to go as one, you know, to walk with God and stuff like that? But in history, when Britain came over here and there were indigenous.
That's not a question, that's a speech, huh?
I'm
running out of time.
Why don't we talk about how like George Washington was actually half indigenous and half white, and how the indigenous were actually.
All right, what's your question?
Why don't we?
That girl needs to hold her own seminar. What do you think?
Why don't we?
All right. So why don't we talk about it?
The impact that.
All right, stop. That doesn't stop.
On that.
All right. I can't follow you. Seriously. All right. So did George? What George Washington was?
He was a mulatto. He was half indigenous and half.
And what's that got to do with anything?
Basically, from 1615 to 1789, it was British Americans and the indigenous coming together.
Yeah, I don't care what color anybody's skin is.
Yes,
That doesn't matter to me.
But there's a lot of that being left out of the history.
We're not taught real history, and I think I'm going to take that as your point that we're not taught real history. That's true. That was more of a statement than it was a question. And then why don't we talk about it? We don't talk about it because the color of someone's skin is not important.
I'm not talking about color. I'm talking about the actual fact that there were people here.
There were people here, yes. There were people here, yes. And we did a lot of bad things. We did a lot of bad things in our country's history. And like I told you, like I said earlier to the group, please sit down. And like I said to the group, we have never lived up to those words on those parchments. We've never lived up to those words. Look what we did to the American Indians and what we did to the Africans and then what we did. Just look at what we did. You know, our history needs to be taught, not erased.
That's what I said.
It needs to be taught so that it needs to be taught so we don't repeat the errors of the past. It needs to be repeated. Okay, so, wow. What's your question? I need to get on task here. I'm losing control of this situation real fast. Yeah. All right, enough of that. Who wants to know about the banking procedures?
We do.
I said enough of that. Well, when you learn about the real history, you'll find out that George Washington started the first two corporations. George Washington started a corporation called the United States and the Constitution called the United States of America. One was for the territories and one was for DC. All right? You'll find out so much when you do digging, all right? Okay? Now, banking procedures is 72, 30, 15, 10, and payday. All right, now payday means, how are we supposed to write the S to mean dollar bill? Who told us? Okay, and the S for a dollar bill has one line or two through it. Look on your checkbook, look on your bank statement, it has one line. One line is a Federal Reserve note.
Two is gold.
Two lines is lawful money, minted money, gold and silver, or a silver certificate, or a gold certificate. All right, now here's where Title 15 kicks in. Title 15, Title 12, what's that?
Can I turn that off?
Yeah, go ahead and turn it off. Yeah, I think you have to hold it. There you go. Yeah, Title 15, in Title 15, they're not allowed to define a species. So when you get a debt collector sends you a debt collection letter, and they say they want you to pay an amount, and they put it above the line or below the line, and then they turn around and they say in dollars, and they put a dollar bill sign on it. As soon as they put an S with a line through it, one or two, it doesn't matter. They've just defined a species, and they have violated the United States Code and committed a felony. Because it's against the United States Code to define a species of tender or money. So anyhow, it's very important. How many of you have ever heard about creating your own fee schedule? Any of you? Yeah. So guess what happens when you create your own fee schedule? And you put a dollar amount on there. Guess what you just did? You committed a felony. Because you defined a species. Do not make your own fee schedule. Because then you have to defend it. Who made the fee schedule already? Anybody? Who made a fee schedule? It's called the penal sum under Title 15. You can find it in the CFR, the matching CFR. If it's Title 18, then you go to CFR 18. CFR 18 is the instruction manual on how to use Title 18. Title 15 should have a CFR, CFR 15. Title 31 should have a CFR 31. You see? That's how that works. The regulations are the CFR. The actual code is the United States Code. So, what are you going to send them a bill for? You don't send them a bill. Why don't you send them a bill? Because only a grand jury can create true bills of indictment. And you ain't a grand jury. So you have someone like a little land office employee. They work at the deeds office, and they say, we're not recording that. Why? Well, because we're not. Our county attorney told us we're not so. So you call up the county attorney, and you call up the solicitor, and you say, why aren't you doing that? Because it's not our policy. So you send them a letter, notice of trespass, and they ignore it. Guess what? Now you send them a bill. Even if they rebut it, they start out doing stupid stuff. You make them, you just recite them. You have to rebut. They have to rebut not what you say, but they have to rebut canon law. They have to rebut the Constitution. They have to rebut legal maxims. They have to rebut Black's Law Dictionary. Under Black's Law Dictionary, the 4th edition, look up the word deeds or deed. And you print that section out, you screenshot it and print it out on your color printer. And you take that into the, well, what do you mean you don't record these affidavits and these deeds of reconveyance and these freedom bundles? These things that I've done. Is this the deeds office or not? And the county attorney goes, yes, and we do blah, blah, blah. So you say, I heard you say that this is the deeds office. Is that correct? Yes. Bam! Deeds are defined by Black's Law Dictionary, 4th edition, as acts of men, things that have been done. Look it up, print it out, hit them over the head with it. Black's Law Dictionary. Now, if you'd like the Supreme Law Dictionary adopted by the Supreme Court of the United States, you do recognize the Supreme Court's Superior Court, don't you? Well, yeah. I actually had one guy say, well, no, it's not. I said, what the hell you mean, no, it's not? You ever heard of supremacy clause? Do you take any federal funding here? Yeah, well, look up the Hobbs Act. What's the Hobbs Act? Guess you better read it, huh? Are you an attorney? No, I'm a law sayer. So anyhow, you smack them over the head with it. Now they ignore all that. They ignore your affidavit. You just got the judgment. Now what? They're not going to record your papers. So now you get to send them a bill for trespass. An invoice, not a bill. An invoice for trespass of your rights, for violation of the code, for violation of the canon laws of the air, for violation of the Constitution under the common law, and for violation of the commercial maxims, which cover all three. Remember I showed you the commercial maxims cover all three? So now what you do is you look up in the United States Code and you look up in the state code for what it is for conspiracy for deprivation of rights under Title 18, 242, 241, 243, I forget what it is, 242, right?
242, right.
Yeah. So you look up that in the CFR, you find out what the penal sum is, and it comes out to about $200,000. Guess who told you that it was worth 200,000 Federal Reserve notes? The corporation bar attorneys did, because they wrote the legislation that the stupid representatives and the senators voted for, and that some stupid president signed, committing treason against the people. All right? So now, they said it was $200,000, not you. They violated Title 15. Now you can do a notice to prosecute because some government entity defined a species, but don't go down that road. Believe me, you don't want to. So now you look up the state code, and the state code for failure to file or for deprivation of rights, let's say that that's around $5,000. Okay, they told you in the state code, the local practices, that it was 5,000 Federal Reserve notes. A Federal Reserve note is defined as 100 cents. So now you got $205,000 is what you send them a bill for. But let's be nice. Let's be nice. Let's only send them a bill for 50 grand, okay? Because you want them to pay the bill, right? And who defined the penal sum? They did. But you thought you were going to be fair. Let's just, we're going to give you a break. If you pay it within 10 days, it'll be $50,000. You give them a deduction. And if you pay it early, it's only going to be $50,000. You see, because the affidavit becomes the judgment, and guess who decides what the remedy is? You do. For every harm, there must be a remedy. For every trespass, there must be a redress. For every, I think I got that backwards. For every harm, there must be a remedy. For every trespass, there must be a redress. Okay, so now you send them the bill, and they have 72, or the invoice rather, and now they have 72 hours to either accept it, or rescission it, or do nothing. If they do nothing, what's the maximum law that kicks in?
Treble damages.
Your silence is your consent. Their silence is their consent. Because under the banking code, they only have 72 hours to either accept it, rescind it, or do nothing. If they do nothing under maximum law, their silence is their consent. And they just tacitly agree to that amount, that invoice. Now, after 72 hours goes by, give them an extra day or two.
Send it registered mail.
Send everything registered mail. Everything goes registered mail. Everything must have a a wet ink signature on their receipt card. It must. If it doesn't, the post office master, the post office general of the locality, the local post office that picked it up and took it to them, that post office owes you $4,999 because they broke the chain of custody. You have no proof now, no court of record. They broke the trust, the contract, called registered mail. So, registered mail, you send it out. Your invoice. 72 hours goes by, you found out, you got the green receipt card back, you found out when they received it, it has a wet ink signature on it. If it doesn't have a wet ink signature on it, now you send the post office where they finally delivered it, you send them a bill, an invoice, for $4,990, due in 5 days. And then you send that to the post office, or you hand deliver it, or better yet, have the sheriff serve it on the postmaster. That freaks him out a little bit. Costs you about $450. Okay, now let's pretend that you do get a wet ink signature and everything's all good. And everything's all good. This is Ann Vandersteel. Hey Ann, how you doing?
Are you at the rally?
I'm not at the rally, I'm teaching a seminar in California.
She knows where you are. Oh, that's so funny. As soon as you picked up, I was explaining it. I think he's in California. He can't be at the rally. Shoot, I thought you were going to be at the rally.
You're on speaker in front of 200 people, darling.
Tell her that. Ann, what did she do? I just texted her this morning.
How's Bobby doing?
That's awesome. Well, I'm so glad you have a class full. You have the YouTube audience as well. Cindy's been keeping me connected on your YouTube. I just was called and I just had a break part. I go, wait a minute, I went to Pennsylvania, and as soon as you picked up, I go, shoot, he's still in California. Well, I'm glad you're out in California. It's more important anyway.
Yeah, it is.
We need help out here.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. All right, well, I won't keep you, Bobby, but you guys have a great time. You have an awesome teacher.
Yeah.
I'm from Tony. I got my MCO titles from Tony, which I'm super excited about.
Awesome. We love you, girl.
Love you too, guys. Have fun.
Bye-bye. I love her. Yep. Okay. Cool deal. Where were we? Having too much fun. Are you having fun? Yeah. Not too hard on you? No. Good. How many of you aren't sure?
We're not raising our hand.
Are you really not sure?
We're not raising our
No
hand.
worries. Okay. So now, 72 hours go by and you got the proper, everything's in order. You got a wet ink signature on your green card receipt. So now your 72 hours starts once they put their time and their autograph on there. 72 hours starts. After 72 hours, you don't get anything in return. Nothing comes certified mail, nothing comes registered mail. If they snail mail it, it might take a week. All right? If they snail mail it, is it a proper court of record? Was it properly noticed to you? No. Right, when it comes, you throw it in the trash. They didn't care enough to send it registered mail or certified mail. They just didn't care. I haven't seen anybody yet rebut the 72-hour invoice. They just think, oh, this guy's nuts. They throw it in the trash can. They accept it. So now, after 72 hours goes by, let's be nice and give them 2 weeks. You send them a notice that this invoice is now due. You have 30 days. I'm being gracious and kind with you. And I'm going to give you 30 days to pay this bill, or this invoice, rather, excuse me. And you give them 30 days to pay that invoice. The 30 days goes by, guess what you do now? You send them registered mail, another account statement that the balance is past due. It's now over 30 days, and it's now past due. The past due amount, you're going to give them 15 days to pay it. So you send that notice, If the account is in arrears, make sure you put it on the bottom of the line, not the top of the line. Make sure it's in red ink as a negative and not a positive above the line. When you do an invoice, you have to do it properly. Read the government styles manual. Read Title 15. Is it above the line or below the line? You have to know how to write a true invoice. A good invoice will stand up. If you don't know how to write an invoice, you better figure it out. Is it above the line or below the line? Is it in red or is it in black?
Red.
Right. So now you send it registered mail, and the process starts all over with registered mail. So it's fine, it's delivered, it's great, you got a wet ink signature on it. Notice to agent is notice to principal, notice to principal is notice. Hold on. All right? And then they ignore that, and then you start over again. Now you send them and tell them it's 10 days. That this is now 30 plus 15 is what? So your 10-day notice is now 45 days in arrears. You give them 10 more days to pay the balance. After 10 days go by, guess what happens?
Trouble damages.
Now you get a summary judgment. So you type up a summary judgment that the account is well past due. You've followed the banking procedures, and you've given them every opportunity to pay. How many times did you give them to pay? 1, 2, 3. Where does 3 come in? I don't know. 3 always comes up. 3 comes from, I don't know. I mean, I have an idea, but I haven't been able to dig it up because it's not that important. So now you're giving them 3 chances to pay the bill, to pay the invoice, excuse me. And now you go and you type yourself up a what?
Summary judgment.
A summary judgment. Now you take the summary judgment with proof of service that it was all these 1, 2, 3, 4 times. You should have 4 proofs of service. You should have 4 registered mail receipts. You should have 4 green cards with a wet ink signature on them. And this all goes together in a nice, neat little packet. Do not staple it together. And now you take all of these with your summary judgment to the clerk of the court. And you say, I'd like to have a summary judgment for this banking procedure. I have a customer that's not paying their bill. And the clerk's going to say, well, what's it for? And you say, why does that matter? You don't need to know what I billed them for. Then you're meddling in my private affairs. You see, under the Title 15, you can regulate, U.S. government can regulate commerce, but you can't interfere with it. So let's pretend that the clerk doesn't want to do that because it's 50-some thousand bucks. And they say, oh, a judge has to look at this. This is too much money. So now you get a court date, you go before the judge, and the judge says, well, what did you bill them for? Oh, I see is that this is the balance of an account statement and it's been past due. Where's the original invoice? Your Honor, you know very well that this is a private matter. And I'm sure that this honorable court, as it has evinced itself over time to be honorable, would not tread on Title 15 and interfere with commerce, because you can regulate it, but you can't interfere with it. I'm sure the court knows that. So you see, the only thing that the judge gets to decide on is if you follow the banking procedures. He doesn't get to have an opinion about what you billed him for. And you just painted him into a box where he belongs, and anything he can do is grant you the summary judgment ex parte, because you've got all the proof of service. You've got the wet ink signatures for the court of record. The chain of custody is clear, Your Honor. It's registered mail has a chain of custody. I'm sure you're aware of what registered mail is versus certified. Certified has no chain of custody, but registered mail has a chain of custody. Under lock and key, it's a very serious thing to do when you send something registered mail. So then the only thing the judge can do is stamp that puppy. And then you take that judgment and you send it to who to get the bill paid? The county treasurer and the state treasurer. Who's responsible for paying the bills? In the county. Find out. Send it to them. Who did you send the invoice to? The deeds office, employee, And you also, then you sent a second invoice to the attorney that told him not to record your papers. Now you got 2 checks coming for 50 grand each. Right? And if the public does, if they don't want to pay this process, then guess what? Under Title 42, you can go after them in their private capacity and get a judgment against them in their private. That's why it says in their public and private capacity, ETAL. So you're sending it to their vessel. They're all capital name. And you're also sending it to their joiner in their private capacity as the man or the woman under Title 42. You see what I'm saying? You got it?
Yep.
You must follow the rules. Okay, questions? Yeah. And then let me get him because he had his hand up first. What's your question back there?
You kind of already answered. I was wondering on the 72 hour, if they didn't respond, whether it went back to the total amount of 205,000 or whether you.
No. You don't go after that big number. Okay, don't go after that. Be in honor. You just want them to record your damn papers. Don't get stupid. Remain in honor. They decided what they told you it was Federal Reserve notes. They came up with the. Your Honor, according to this, I could have charged them this. You see, but I only charged them this. You see, according to their schedule of values. You see, my customer's schedule of values is called the penal sums.
Is that called a tender offer?
Did you hear what I said? No, it's not called a tender offer. You see, pursuant to my customers, what did I say the word?
Customer.
According to my customer's schedule of values, otherwise known as the penal sums, you don't have to tell the judge that they're known as penal sums. Did the judge tell you that he was expressing your property and administering your account without your consent? When he adjudicated you for that traffic ticket? Did he tell you that he was acting as executor Nissan Tort and administering your Sesta Trust account? You thought you settled the matter with a $150 traffic fine. No, you didn't. Because now that's just the front end. That's just merely for wasting the judge's time and the prosecutor's time. Now they have to settle the bill. So they put all those CUSIP numbers together in what's called a tranche, and that tranche goes and gets sent off to the higher courts, and the higher courts bundle them together, and then they send them off to the Department of Treasury, and they get paid. And your little $150 traffic ticket actually winds up getting settled for about $2,000 from your Sesta QV trust. And then on top of that, the court turns around and hypothecates the case number before your name was ever assigned to it. Under the court registry investment system, that case number already had bonds associated with it before you ever were assigned to that case number. And that little $150 traffic ticket is worth about $7,000 or $8,000 just on the bonds, plus another $2,000 just on the Sesta Q Trust settlement. And now on top of that, they invest all those bonds and they keep them on the books for forever. I showed you on their CRIS system that some of those traffic tickets started in 1985, and it was 2006. They never go away. So your little $150 traffic ticket over a period of about 20 years is worth about $300,000 through fraud, through emoluments violations, through mail fraud, through racketeering, and so on. Now, he had a question over there before you. Go ahead.
Do they ever not pay?
Do they ever not pay? They're going to try like hell not to pay. Sure, they never not pay, but guess what? When you receive that summary judgment, you have 99 years to collect it. So every month, you just send them something. Or you can do it once a year. You just send them something, okay, on the summary judgment. And eventually, over time, someone will be in charge of that office that will see it and say, oh, man, we got to pay this bill. Pay this bill. And it gets paid over time. Bar Association and these public actors count, they literally bank, B-A-N-C. They literally bank. Look up that word in Black's Law Dictionary, B-A-N-C. Not B-A-N-K, B-A-N-C, the old spelling. They literally bank, B-A-N-C, on the fact that people give up and go away and leave them alone. That's why they must stay the course. Everything is admiralty law. They must stay the course. They must stay the course that's been charted by the Bar Association. And people will give up. Don't give up. No, I got her and then you. Go ahead.
So I had a question about like, why is it dishonorable to hold them accountable for what they actually put on?
Why is it dishonorable?
I know greed, but at the same time, like, they're putting it in writing.
They came up with 200,000. Why don't you want to go after them for 200,000?
Yeah, I'm just asking why it's dishonorable for that.
Okay.
To actually go after what they put on paper.
What do you want? $200,000? You want to record your papers?
I want them to record my papers.
Right. So give them a break. Listen. Listen, that's a good question. I need you to hear me. Hear me. Hear me. There, by and large, are good people trapped in a bad system. There are more good people trapped in a bad system. You don't want to cause them to lose their job. All you're trying to do is get their attention to follow their own rules. That's the end goal. You have to be honorable in that end goal. If you want to go after them for the money and whack them for 200,000, God bless you. But what happens at $200,000 is an attorney is going to be assigned to that thing, and you're going to have a battle on your hands. And now they're going to take it serious, and now they're going to say, oh, wow, we need to do something about this because it's getting close to our bond limit.
Is that why it's important for us to be in a state national first before we?
You want to be a state national, you want to be a people. You see, citizens have to file suit in a tort claim. Where did Doc tort? What is a tort? It's a bill of lading. What is a tort? It's a bill of lading. What is a tort? It's about money. What is a tort claim? It's about money. So citizens have to ask permission to file a lawsuit. But people bill their employees for trespass and harm. You see, you don't have any constitutional rights until you become a people. You merely have, if you're a citizen, you have what? Privileges, duties, and responsibilities. And you only have civil rights that come from the civitas, which are Roman in nature. Civil rights are Roman in nature. The Vatican. Remember where all this evil started? It was about 1100 with the papal bull, and you've been bullied all your lives. The papal bull, Unum Sanctum, where the Vatican injected themselves between our Father God in heaven and we the people, his creation, and said that only you can achieve salvation is through the church, the Roman Catholic Church and the Pope. And the Bible tells us, put no other false idol before me. And the Pope dresses up like a freaking crown, like a clown, and pontificates, acting and pretending to be holier than thou and more righteous than thou. And people look up to him and show up in Vatican City and go, ooh, ah. And he puts himself before God. And the Bible tells us about that. Where two people shall gather in my name, I shall be there. We don't need some Roman Catholic Church to tell us how to praise God and how to live righteously. All we have to do is read the words. Okay, your question.
Will all this change, we think, when the repos get taken back and the new movement starts again? Like, how will this all?
Well, all what? What's all this mean?
Just all the treachery and the laws of.
The treason and the water and yes, it's going. President Trump told you. Listen to me, hear me. President Trump told you last year in Dallas at CPAC, and it was only one sentence in about a 2-hour long speech, maybe an hour and a half long speech. And I don't even think it was an hour and a half, but it was only one sentence in his entire presentation. And he says, when we go back to the White House next time, it's going to be little letters. And then he went on talking. Now, you know that all capital letters are a fiction, a legal fiction, right? The United States, all capital letters, is a legal fiction corporation. But President Trump told you that it's going to be little letters, meaning the de jure United States of America, properly styled in upward lowercase. And President Trump told you that he was a national. Remember Charlottesville? Joe Biden reminded you of it when he gave his stupid little speech just a day or two ago. Oh, Charlottesville, January 6th. Remember Charlottesville when Nancy Pelosi was going after Trump for being one of them nationalists, trying to conflict that he was a white nationalist with the stupid idiot down there that started all that riot in Charlottesville. I was in my car on the way to Charlottesville, and I was going to be there. I was running for the United States Senate. And I saw, the night before, I saw all these news cameras, crews going down to Charlottesville. News 7, DC, all these news crews out of DC, CNN, Fox News, all of them. Every single one of them, every channel you can think of on the East Coast was headed to Charlottesville. And something came over me and I said, oh, hell no. And I took the exit ramp, turned around and went right back. Because something wasn't right with that. I know what it's like to try and have a rally. And nobody shows up except maybe 200 or 300 people. And no press shows up. But for some reason, the press wanted to be there. And the same thing happened on January 6th. 6th January. I said, are you going down? Are you going down? Everybody said, you going down? You going down? And I said, no. If you get lucky enough to go to dinner with me tonight out at the Outback, I'll share a story with you about January 6th from behind the scenes. I knew what was happening. I knew what was going to happen. I knew about the FBI. I knew about things that were going on. Everybody said, you're going to come, you're going to come. No. Everybody, I kept saying on social media, do not go in the Capitol. I kept telling everybody, do not go in the Capitol. It doesn't matter what happens, nobody going to go. Remain in peace, do not go in the Capitol. It's a trap, it's a trap, it's a trap. Look over social media, it's a trap, it's a trap, it's a trap. We try to tell people. And then the one that's down there on camera, multiple news organizations saying, we got to go in there tomorrow, we got to storm the Capitol, we got to go in there and take it over, we got to hang it, we got to. And that was the one that never got arrested. Why? And why did they open the doors from the inside? Those doors on the Capitol building are that thick and they're covered in metal on each side. And the only way to open them is from the inside. And then you got video footage of the police going, oh, right there, go this way, this way, this way, and protest, don't destroy, maximum law. That which one invites and occasions, they admit. That which one invites, they occasion the consequences. That which one invites, they accept the outcome. It's a maximum law. Then you had Corey, Cowboys for America, stand up there and make the case in front of McFadden and says, well, they invited us in. Here's the footage to show it. McFadden says, okay, maybe you're not guilty. Click. And then the next case, well, you're guilty, you're guilty, you're guilty. Wait a minute, if they invited one in, they invited us all in. You see, it's fraud. It's fraud, it's fraud, it's fraud. So anyhow, what was your question again? I totally forgot. Did I answer it? Okay, who's got another question? Last one. Last question. Yeah, you had your hand up. Wow.
What you said about the clerk, notifying the registered mail, is it the office of the clerk?
No, you don't notice. You didn't, no, I never, did I ever say to send the clerk registered mail?
No.
Did I ever say to send the clerk registered mail? No. Who do we send the registered mail? Thank you for the question, because it allows us to clarify, because you're not the only one that probably thought that. So who do we send registered mail to and how many times? It's 1, 2, 3, 4 times. We send it to who? The one that violated our right. Under what? Remember yesterday, did you take good notes yesterday? Remember yesterday? For depriving us of a court of record on the land to secure our papers under the 4th Amendment? For Canon Law 2057 and 2056 for violating us for violating the ability and interfering with us establishing our status and demonstrating our competency. So they're violating those 2 canons, and they're also violating maxims of law. where my affidavit is the judgment. These are my papers, and these are deeds that were done by me, and I've written them down. And you're the deeds office on the land juris of law. And I'm to be secure in my papers. The only way I can secure my papers and remain in honor and make them public for everybody to see, not keeping them and hiding them from anybody, doing something that's sinister or with malice. I want everybody to see what I've done. I'm remaining in honor. You're denying me of that. Okay? That's what you bill them for violating all those. Or invoice, exactly, thank you. That's what you're invoicing them for what we went over yesterday. Do you get that? All right, now you invoice them, they have 72 hours, registered mail, 30-day notice, 15-day notice, 10-day notice, and then judgment day, summary judgment. You type all this up and you take the entire bundle, you take it physically yourself, in the flesh, face to face with the clerk of the court, and you say, I need to get a summary judgment on the banking procedure. I have a customer that's not paying the bill. I have a customer that's not paying the invoice.
Who's the customer again? Yeah.
Who is the customer? The one that violated your rights. The deed clerk, the clerk at the land office, and the attorney, because you had a conversation with the attorney and tried to convince them before you sent the affidavits, and the attorney says no, and guess what? Now they just violated all that stuff we put on the board yesterday. So you send it to the attorney because the attorney's the one that's actually in charge of the land office, and they tell the deed recorder what to do and what not to do. So who runs the deeds office? The one that's a supervisor of the deeds office or the damn bar attorney? Which one runs the deeds office? The bar attorney. So maybe you want to be nice to the deeds office employee because you're going to go in there quite a few times. So you don't want to get them fired and you don't want to harm them because you want them to look at you nicely when you go in there to record your next papers. So don't bill them. Maybe you only notice them and you bill the attorney, or you invoice the attorney rather. You see, these are decisions you have to make on yourself. So do you want to go to war or do you want them to do what they're told? You have to decide, do you want to go to war or do you want them to do what they're told? I'm asking you a question. Do you want to go to war or do you want them to do what they're told?
File the paper.
Exactly, do what you're told. You file on the water, you record on the land. Record my paper so I can file it. Like he said, you ultimately want to get to the goal of filing it. But you can't do that till it's recorded. See, they're depriving you of your ability, like he said, when you file it, it becomes a settled matter on the water. And they're depriving you of that. When it's a settled matter on the water, you're demonstrating your competency to establish your status. And it doesn't happen until you file it over here on the water. But you have to get through the land office first, because they have to be yours first. Your papers are your constitutional right to be secure in them under the Fourth Amendment. And so you can demonstrate on the water that you have standing, you need to dock at the paperwork so that you dock it and they know what you meant. And your paper becomes the doc you meant. You got it? All right, last question.
So, if you're driving and you get a citation.
If you're driving and you get a citation, wait a minute, what's driving?
Traveling.
Are you driving in commerce or are you traveling into private?
If you're still in the public because you still got the license plate, you still got a driver license, right?
Okay, so you haven't corrected the errors that you made in the past, right? It's still a public property, it's still a motor vehicle, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so the Supreme Court said that use determines jurisdiction. So how are you using it? Even though it's got a driver's license and it's got a tag on it and it's registered, the Supreme Court has said that use determines jurisdiction.
Okay, so if I'm traveling in the private, if I get pulled over and get a citation, can I still exercise the 72-hour right of resistance?
You sure can. Officer, I'm not engaged in commerce right now. I do drive for Uber, which means while I'm driving for Uber and I have a customer in the back seat and I'm driving, making money, I am engaged in commerce. That's why there's a tag on it. But this is my private conveyance. And I have an MCO, but it's registered for a reason because I'm engaged in commerce. But when I'm in the private, merely traveling to and from point A to point B, but where are you going? None of your damn business. When I'm traveling between point A and point B, I'm in the private. And the Supreme Court has said that use determines jurisdiction. And there's a beautiful bunch of papers out there called The Right to Travel.
Yeah.
And a lot of them are posted. There's a 162-page, beautiful white paper that's posted on the channel. It's called The Right to Travel. You can do a simple internet search, or in a simple, what's even better, study the channel. There's a guy out there that made himself a little book. All you got to do is print it out, put it in a 3-ring binder, and carry it with you. Bam, bam. Or get with Tony and buy one of the actual code books. You see, you ask me a question, and the only way that applies is when you know how to stand. You can be a state national, have a registered vehicle, and be traveling in the private, and you can stand and say, I'm in the private, and use determines jurisdiction, but you have to be able to put it on a piece of paper and say it. If you can't put it on a piece of paper and say it, then you still got training wheels on the bicycle of freedom, and you don't know where the brake is. So when you try to be free, when you're not free, when you try to be, because your car is not really made, your motor vehicle is not turned into an automobile, but you're arrogant enough to think you can, and you get away with it. When you get your ass handed to you, don't come blame me for giving you the bicycle of freedom. Because you didn't learn where the brakes were. You still have training wheels on. When you fall off the bicycle, get back on the damn thing until you learn how to ride it right. You see, don't blame someone for giving you the bicycle of freedom. And when you fall off of it, say, oh, this stuff doesn't work. When you fell off your bicycle when you was just a wee thing, you fell off your bicycle, you didn't blame your mom and dad for giving you a bicycle. You got back on it, didn't you? Didn't you? Yes. You didn't jump up and say, that thing don't work. I'm mad at you. Right? Yeah. Okay, so you got a question. I said one more. That was the last question over there.
I don't have a question.
Okay.
Just registered mail when you're doing it for the gentleman.
Well, yeah, registered mail when you're doing it, yeah. Follow the banking procedures, and good luck with you trying to get away with it. Okay, because you don't have you don't have standing. The only thing you can stand on is their ability to cognize what you wrote on a piece of paper. If you don't know what to put on a piece of paper, do you don't know what Supreme Court ruling it is and the right to proper citation down there, pursuant to Shepard's citations, or Supreme Court case number and folio and a little book number and all that. If you don't know how to put all that stuff down on that piece of paper, right, then you're not going to have standing, and the administrator is going to ignore you and issue a warrant for your arrest. And now you have to know what you're doing.
I got a couple of parking tickets.
Yeah.
I got the 18 USC 241. You're offering the contract not accepted while traveling my private automobile.
Yeah, you send them back in, right?
I did. You sent them back to me twice. So I
Yeah. And you having success with it?
3 times. And then the last time I was out of breath. I didn't know what to do no more.
They try 3 times. They're going to try 3 times.
Always 3 times.
Don't give up. Send it, do it again, and they'll probably give up. Okay?
I haven't heard anything from them in maybe 5 weeks. So.
Yeah, check your driving record and see if it's on there.
Yeah, you can get that from the court clerk.
Yep. All right. What time is it? 4:30. It's 4:30. Now, I told the people online that I was going to give them a chance to ask me some questions. So I'm going to park. What?
Let's stay later and do that.
No, we can't. We got to be out of here by 5 o'clock. They got to lock the door.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to sit down here. And Cindy, you're going to ask me a couple questions.
I am?
Yeah, I can't read what they're.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I can't read them, but they're online.
Okay, I'm waiting for.
They get one question. I told them yesterday they get one question. Make it quick, because I'm feet getting tired and I'm getting hungry. That little bit of tuna fish didn't hold on very long.
I know, right? So the only question that I had earlier was from somebody asking.
Don't go away, folks. I'm not done with you yet. Don't miss the grand slam home run at the end. You're gonna be sorry if you miss the end of it. I'm saving the best for last.
Because honestly, Tia was in here earlier.
Tia was in there
She was
answering
in there
questions?
answering questions earlier.
Oh, well, that's fantastic.
Yeah, so,
So I'll take 3 questions.
yeah, there's nobody asking anything.
Oh, well, that's cool. All right. So here's what we're gonna do. Everybody, please remain seated. Get down. I need your attention for a minute.
Oh.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Okay,
my people, I need your attention.
So Dan is asking about the naturalized citizens.
A naturalized citizen, got Sarah's telegram. Won't Sarah's, I don't know nothing about it. I can't answer your question.
Yes,
I don't know nothing about it. I haven't studied it.
at Sarah.
At Sarah's telegram.
So it says, somebody says, how do we file and rescind power of attorney? That's all, that's the only question.
All right, you go, and that's an hour-long discussion right there on how to do that, okay?
Okay. And
So, yeah, so wait a minute. For them, the best thing they can do is get a thumb drive from Scott. Go to statenational.us and order a thumb drive. And on there's when you hire an attorney and when you fire an attorney.
Okay, so here, okay, so get a thumb drive. All right. Nikki Caprera is asking, if you're having a baby, and somebody asked me this.
Okay, yeah, that's a good one.
If you're
That's all I
having a
need to know. That's all I
baby,
need to know.
how do you keep your
Yeah,
baby?
that's all I need to know. I get the question 1,000 times. So if you're gonna have a baby, folks, I need you to sit down. This is the last question I'm gonna, I need your attention. Don't miss the grandstand. So listen, hear me. If you're gonna have a baby, David says to go ahead and go through the process and then rescind your signature off of it so they don't try to take your baby from you in the hospital. They will try to do that. All right, especially in this state. Now, it's better if you get the hell out of this state and you go to a real state like Texas and you have your baby and then you record it in the Bible without a birth certificate. And then they're free. You've never given them over to the state as property. You get a family Bible and you do a declaration. And the child is never birthed. If it says record of birth, okay, throw the Bible away. Find an old Bible. If you can't find the Bible, you do a declaration of a brand new living soul. Born of the mother and the father, a creation of nature, and nature's God. The mother being alive and living, and the name, the Christian name. And the Father being alive and living, the name, the Christian name. In the year of our Lord, on the day of our Lord. And then you have a whole bunch of family members put their thumbprint on all that, and then their autograph. You see? Now you have a whole bunch of eyeballs that witnessed that newborn baby come into the air from the water. And no satanic ritual takes place. That's how you do it. All right, now listen, I need you to hear me. You see, one of the most valuable things that we have, he's gonna have a little conversation after I'm done, but one of the most valuable things that we have control over is our time. And time, this is an ultimate truth. Remember I told you that you were going to know what ultimate truth was? You see, God's law, nature's law, no one has to teach you those things. The very first time you experienced one of nature's law, that is of nature and nature's God, was when you were brought into this earth, into this air from the mother. And you realized the first law of nature, of nature's God, that you must breathe in the air to stay alive. And that is the first ultimate truth of God. And then you realized a short time later that you got hungry and you must eat in order to stay alive. And you realized you needed to be warm when you were cold. You need to cover your skin. And you realized as you grew up what it was like to be loved and cherished and held tightly by your mother and your father, hopefully both of them. And you realized what it was like to be lied to and stolen from and made fun of. And these are ultimate truths of nature and nature's God is you know in your soul, your spirit, you are born with knowing what is right and what is wrong. And over the course of your life, it is beaten out of you. You are taught to doubt what you know is ultimate truth. Things that are of nature and of nature's God by the Luciferians and the pedophiles and the evil. And then you're learned and taught that you don't need to dream because it's unachievable, that only the American dream is available for just a few. Stay in that box we created for you. Be happy on that hamster wheel. You see, time is also ruled by God. Time passes in moments of time, and they are the most valuable because moments of time create memories, and memories last longer than your body does, and they live beyond your time here on planet Earth. For if you do good deeds and you touch people's lives along the way in this journey, in this struggle for life, your deeds will live beyond you, and people will remember your name. And those are memories that last beyond your time here. And time passes in moments in two ways. And this is the last ultimate truth that I'll share with you that you already know. You already know these. We're going to nail it down so they don't move on you. Moments of time passes in two ways. And once they pass, you can never get them back. Moments of time pass by spending time. And that's when 5 minutes feels like 5 hours, and you can't wait for it to be over so you can get away from the situation. How many of you ever experienced that? Every single one. That's a law of nature, an ultimate truth. And then there's the other way that time passes. There's moments of time when you create good memories. When 16 hours and an entire weekend feels like 5 minutes, and you never want it to end. That's when 5 hours feels like 5 minutes. And you never want it to end because it lifts you up and it feeds your soul. And it fulfills you. It recharges your battery of life. And you never want that time to end. You can't wait till you see them again. And that's called sharing time. And as the moments of time pass in the future, I want for every one of you to share time as much as possible and create good memories and spend time as little as possible because it is the most valuable thing that you have. And in closing, I'd like to say thank you, each and every one of you, for sharing your time with me this weekend. May God bless you and you move forward. You get through it.
Okay, grab your raffle tickets real quick. This one is for a whole freedom bundle. The autofill. 0783. All right, guys, the big prize. This is for the MCO. This is a $500 value. Guys, we do this because we love you. We do everything that we do because we're paying it forward so that we can help you guys get to the journey, go through the journey and get to the destination that we all want to be at. That's why we do what we do. We don't expect to make money along the way. There is money that is made along the way, but it's also every man is worthy of their hire. Things that are for free are not for me. If I can assist somebody with helping them pay for something that they put together to help me get there, I want to pay them. Our time is valuable. And we need to share it with each other, and we need to share our works with each other so that we can get to the other side where we all want to be, so that we can enjoy each other and share some more time being free. Last one, 0665 MCO. Bang! We love you guys. Thank you guys for everything. If you pick up your stuff as you're going out, go spread some peace, love, and plant some freedom seeds. Love you guys.